On the 28th of February 2026, both Israel and the United States launched Operation Roaring Lion and Operation Epic Fury in a regional assault upon Iran, which during the early hours of the war witnessed a wave of coordinated air and missile strikes on Iranian military and energy infrastructure, with civilian centers additionally targeted, along with the compound of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was confirmed dead in the initial wave of attacks. The illegal military assault against Iran emerged amid rising geopolitical tensions in the Middle East, provoked by Israel's genocidal offensive in the Gaza Strip, leading to broader regional instability, and compounded by the Trump administration's increasingly belligerent, neoconservative foreign policy, a trajectory that was evident in the 12-day war as a prelude to the current Iran war, and in the highly controversial American military operation in Venezuela that resulted in the capturing of President Nicolas Maduro by American military forces. Despite the vast number of civilian deaths in the lead-up to the war and throughout its duration, along with the breakdown of global supply chains and the extent to which the joint Israel-American military campaign has brought the world to the brink of a third world war, a colossal informational campaign of manufacturing consent backed by Israeli capital and operating within the largely American-led Western media apparatus, has sought to normalize, relativize, and downplay the severity of Israeli and American military actions in the Iran war through selective framing, narrative prioritization, moral equivalences, and the exclusion of dissenting perspectives. The conduct and consequences of Israel and the United States have been largely shielded from sustained critical scrutiny in mainstream discourse.
Okay.
They're trying to obtain nuclear weapons so they can annihilate Israel and potentially capitals in Europe.
There's no evidence of that. The JCPOA was actually a successful deal that Obama
I find
negotiated.
it appalling that you're an Iranian apologist.
Yeah, this is so. There's nothing I can do that call out Israel's genocide and then everybody swarms.
No.
This is one thing that you can't say.
Martha, you don't have to threaten genocide to get Iran to open up the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, we've lost the plot here. The president has lost the plot. The president went in to say that he wanted to free the Iranian people. Now he's talking about destroying 90 million people.
I was speaking with Nazimonian, and I've spoken with a lot of Iranian activists
do they not
want this.
They want him to threaten to wipe out 91 million people?
I think they understand.
Radin, also in his 20s and living in Tehran, said, quote, about them hitting energy infrastructure, using an atomic bomb, or leveling Iran, my honest reaction is that I'm okay with all of those. So allegedly, you have an Iranian telling the BBC they don't mind being nuked.
Whilst the term manufacturing consent, popularized by the now defamed American philosopher Noam Chomsky, refers to the systematic shaping of public opinion through media institutions in ways that align with hegemonic neoliberal paradigms. In the case of the Iran war, the largely American-led Western media apparatus has sought to frame and legitimize Israeli and American military interests with a veneer of rationality, providing a semblance of logical reasoning to otherwise irrational, destructive, and destabilizing acts of military escalation and coercive force, so as to uphold the global neoliberal order as a system presented as organized, inevitable, and beyond meaningful challenge. This manufacturing of consent for war with Iran comes after years of media sanitizing, obscuring, and reframing of Israeli crimes against humanity in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, along with incursions into Syria and the invasion of southern Lebanon, which are all concealed into a narrative of necessity, anti-terrorism, and self-defense. Subsequently, the Israeli military in Lebanon continues to enact large-scale displacement and systematic ethnic cleansing, reflecting the military techniques and methods already deployed against the Palestinian population in the Gaza Strip. The scale and persistence of the Israeli military onslaught has only been made possible through the convergence of excessive military expenditure, entrenched corporate and financial monopolies, ecological devastation, and techno-scientific acceleration in the fields of surveillance, artificial intelligence, and industrial warfare, all operating through the techniques of global biopower and necropower that relegate certain populations to zones of disposability, subordinate to both market logic and Israeli military hegemony. Together, these interlocking structures of global power threaten the systemic breakdown of international law, legitimize future methods of genocide, and accelerate global mass extinction in the era of the Anthropocene. Crucially, it is this underlying irrationality, the biopolitical management of life and death, at the core of global neoliberal capital, that the American-led Western media apparatus must continually defend and reproduce as rational and intrinsic to the functioning of the modern world. The condition of manufacturing consent is, however, by no means a recent phenomena, as the American-led Western media apparatus has long worked to generate public support and legitimacy for wars in Kuwait, Iraq, and Afghanistan, all whilst obfuscating the war crimes of American-led powers and the long-term systemic consequences of waging wars of global imperialism. Indeed, this process of rationalization extends historically further still to the imperial wars of 19th century Europe, where the rationale for conquest and expansion that shaped the past continue to inform the present. Following the Napoleonic Wars of the early 19th century, the Prussian officer and military theorist Karl von Clausewitz wrote in his posthumously published work on war, based on notes compiled during his lifetime before his death in 1831, that war is not merely a political act, but also a real political instrument, a continuation of political commerce, a carrying out of the same by other means. For Clausewitz, the means of waging war are not separate from political ambitions, but an extension of politics and governance itself, used by state powers to achieve political objectives when other methods, such as diplomacy and negotiation, fail to deliver the desired outcomes. From this perspective, war and the use of military violence are an extension of rational statecraft, and the same strategic principles of state reasoning in times of peace are carried into the conduct of war. It is from inheriting this 19th century doctrine of war as rational governance that the American-led media apparatus perceives military violence as a legitimate and instrumental continuation of strategic policy making, rather than as a fundamentally irrational, unjustifiable, or morally abnormal condition. For the social and political psychologists Gilad Hirschberger, Tom Pushchinsky, and Sachi Aindor, rationality, however, plays a limited role in the initiation and conduct of warfare. Drawing on contemporary psychological research, they argue that the motivational forces behind war more often arise from irrational and unconstrained forces that do not fully account for the cost, consequence, and long-term strategies of waging war, from which they declare that. Over the years, scholars of conflict resolution have concluded that rational factors alone do little to explain the outburst of violent conflict, and that emotional and motivational factors such as anger, resentment, and revenge play a pivotal role in the decision to engage in war. The decision to use violence in conflict may be driven so powerfully by emotional factors such as anger, revenge, and the need to restore a sense of justice that utilitarian considerations such as whether war is a good instrumental means of achieving a desired outcome are ignored. In the context of Israeli military action specifically, the authors argue that the Israeli state and its military institutions are implicated in a persistent psychological regime shaped by historical trauma and perceived impending existential threats, one that they trace back to the violent foundations of the Israeli state and its subsequent reinforcement under continued cycles of conflict, crisis, and insecurity. by inverting Karl von Clausewitz's doctrine of war. The Israeli state, formed through a perceived existential struggle for survival, rooted in the persecution of Jews in Europe and beyond, has allowed deeply ingrained existential anxieties and irrational drives to shape both the conduct and justification of military violence, aligning a broader siege mentality with military strategy. In doing so, it fuses a perceived rationality of survival with what the authors describe as underlying irrational psychological drives for revenge within the Israeli state military apparatus, shaping both its strategic outlook and its interpretation of national security. A state of mind born from a history of persecution has taken hold of the Israeli psyche. Even now that Jews are independent and free, Israel does not see itself as normal. Rather, it lives in a perpetual state of exceptionalism. This exceptionalism, considered a form of annihilation psychosis, is the deep-seated existential fear of Israeli Jews. According to the authors, this form of annihilation psychosis that is to be found across various sectors of Israeli society is linked with a pervasive death anxiety and death denial, stemming from the perceived imminent threat of neighboring Arab powers who, through the historical engagement of war with Israel, are largely considered as continuing the anti-Semitic barbarism of Nazi Germany following the Holocaust. This concept of death denial, first formalized in the works of the American anthropologist Ernest Becker, emerges from foundational human anxieties surrounding mortality and proximity to death, which have historically been managed and transcended through a variety of cultural religious practices, symbolic systems, and institutions. One such historical mechanism for the displacement of death anxiety, however, has involved the expenditure of violent human drives, in which the awareness to human mortality is temporarily alleviated through the externalization of violence and the sublimation of death onto external groups. Indeed, one argument sometimes advanced by proponents of Zionism in justifying military violence against Palestinians is that certain leading figures within the early Palestinian nationalist movement of the early to mid-20th century had documented ideological ties to Nazi Germany, such as Amin al-Husseini, or expressed genocidal intent towards the Jewish settlers in Palestine, such as Raghib al-Nashashibi. On this basis, some justify extensive Israeli retaliation against Palestinians who resist the Israeli state military apparatus, under the edifice that their motives are inherently and historically grounded in anti-Semitic and terroristic intent. However, this framing, despite being unethical in of itself, often overlooks the internal heterogeneity and class character of the Palestinian nationalist movement, as well as the historical presence of significant dissent amongst working-class Palestinians toward elite nationalist leadership, as many Palestinian elites were former British collaborators, disconnected from the material realities of the Palestinian masses and held ideological alliances, reflecting their class interests as tied to the prospect of elite formation within a future capitalist state structure. For much of the Palestinian working class, political mobilization was less defined by elite diplomatic positioning or ideological alignment with external regimes, and more so by immediate experiences of socio-political violence, land dispossession, labor precarity, and local forms of resistance shaped by everyday material conditions. Additionally, it would be this class disconnect between the Palestinian elite and working classes that contributed to the defeat of the Pan-Arab and Palestinian nationalist movement in their confrontation with the Zionist paramilitary forces in the 1948 war, culminating in the tragedy of the Nakba. As the American socialist activists Sumaya Awad and Brian Bean declare in their 2020 book titled Palestine, A Socialist Introduction, that the conservative role the Palestinian elite played during the 1920s and 1930s presented many obstacles to the development of a successful struggle against Zionism. Some wealthy families, such as the al-Nashashibis and al-Husseinis, organized different nationalist parties. However, these families aimed to use the nationalist struggle as a way to advance their own narrow commercial and political interests. Their animosity toward each other and their fear of the masses of Palestinian peasants and workers always outweighed their opposition to British colonialism and Zionism. In other words, the Palestinian elite was more interested in maintaining its wealth and its ties with Arab regimes than it was in leading a fight against British colonialism and Zionism. Notably, such a framework for justifying military violence against the Palestinian peoples ignores the ideological alignment of historical Zionist paramilitary movements with British imperialism and European fascism, as Zionist groups such as the Igrun, Lehi, and Haganah directly inherited militant doctrines, organizational methods, and forms of political violence that were not unique to one ideology alone, but were characteristic of various nationalist and paramilitary movements in interwar Europe, such as Italian fascism and National Bolshevism. The emulation of these ideological forces in British Palestine provided credence to Zionist militarization, early expansionist logic, and the use of violence against civilian populations in the years building up towards the founding of the Israeli state in 1948. According to Awad and Bean, the annihilation of working-class Jewish populations during the Nazi expansion into Eastern Europe in World War II further destroyed significant segments of revolutionary communist movements, within which Zionism was often contested among European Jewish revolutionaries as reactionary, counter-revolutionary, and in some cases religiously fanatic. Indeed, within Nazi racial ideology, European Jews were not only constructed as racialized non-European peoples of Asiatic origins, but at an ideological level were also frequently associated with the Russian Revolution, the Soviet Union, and communist ideology. It was at this convergence of racialized persecution and ideological warfare that the project of Jewish revolutionary emancipation in Europe suffered its most devastating historical loss. The Nazis murdered.
I wanted to air this because I got sent this and I saw this and I watched most of it. I didn't see it all this morning. It's like 30 minutes long, but I watched part of it. And the guy's saying he's criticizing me because you do that, you don't get banned by the algorithm. And he's just one server coming on the waves we created. So he pretty much gets it. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name, Extra Chill Goblin. We always like goblin jokes. I don't know why. I mean, goblin jokes years ago, they became super viral, so whatever. Yeah. We'll air that. So here's Extra Chill Goblin, then Harrison Smith takes over. Here it is. Extra Chill Goblin. He pretty much gets it. Dirty. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra Chill Goblin Vomit, Slop, and Blood. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's got a goblin guide charging into a goblin's nest. I don't want to see him kissing goblins. I just don't want to catch him in bed with a goblin. Literal empire pot-belly goblins are hobbling around coming after us. Extra Chill Goblin.
Extra Chill Goblin. Boom. Okay, that's not what I look like. Wait a minute. Oh, God. But why? Oh, no, I get it. Oh, I get it. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Whoa. All right. That should be fine. Gang. What is it? What is it all about? Why? Dang it. I'm so overexposed right now. Listen, I set this all up, last night. How's that? Still kind of looks weird. And then no effects at all. I don't know, maybe does that look best? God, I got these lights on the 1% lowest possible brightness and I still look completely blown out. See, you know, it's not so easy being white. You know what I'm trying to say? Or at least this white. Wait, let me fiddle around with the thing. Gang, good morning. Welcome to the show. I got so much stuff. Oh wait, what's this? No. Oh, maybe it feels a little bit too colorful. I look a little bit too lifelike right now. Yeah. What about this? What about that? Okay. All right. No, all right. No, I'm okay with that stuff. Okay, I don't know. Whatever. Let's just go. Oh, wait. I feel like it just shifted back to being bad again. Right? It looked good for a second and now it's bad. Didn't it? No, now it's okay. Whatever. Okay, who cares? I wish I knew how to make myself always look good. Isn't that the struggle in life? In general, gang, shout out to Aidan Knight, Necropower, Gaza, and the Iran war. Good morning, Mr. Goblin. Thank you, and good morning to you, as Madrona, everybody else in chat. Hey, Daddy Toluca, welcome to the Gabal. That looks better? Yeah, okay. Push saturation to 500. And then do negative image? Okay. That's the secret, eh? That'd be cool. I would love that. Yeah, I set up my whole setup. I set up my shit last night before I went to bed. And I just woke up and like immediately turned this on. And I guess I had put a shirt over my camera because I was like, well, I don't want this recording all night. I don't know. That's why it was all black at the beginning. And I don't know, maybe that's why it's overexposed because it was trying to compensate for how dark it was in there. Who knows? Yeah, it looks like the sun is directly in front of you. And it's really not. I mean, I could turn off one of my lights. Hang on. No. That looks too weird. All right, whatever. We're just gonna roll with it. I don't know. I'm trying something different for my daytime noon streams. We'll have the normal kind of lights, and for now, yeah. And then for the weekend, I'll put on bisexual bread tube lighting. I think the problem is, like, I can adjust things in OBS and I can make things whatever, different colors and stuff, but like, I can't actually control my little fucking HD Logi webcam thing. It just does whatever it wants. And so it'll like, sometimes it'll focus, sometimes it'll be like adjusting light and dark. And, you know, if I had a camera that I could actually be like, you know, totally manually control, I'd have a much better picture to deal with. Whatever, it's fine. Okay, no, I'm here to talk about this video, Necropower, Gaza, the Iran War by Aidan Knight. Very cool video. What is Necropower? I'm not 100% sure. No clue, actually. It's like an extensive analysis of the concepts of biopower and necropower in the context of the Middle Eastern crisis. I guess I'm just reading the okay, so necropolitics. Is necropower like the power of death? Maybe if I Google it, it'll answer. Necropower. Necropolitics, sociopolitical theory of the use of social and political power to dictate how some people may live and how some must die. Interesting. Necropolitics is often discussed as an extension of biopower, the Foucauldian term for the use of social and political power to control people's lives. First discusses the concepts of biopower and biopolitics in 1976 work, The Will to Knowledge, History of Sexuality. Biopower, a mechanism for protecting, but often manifests itself as subjugation of non-normative populations. Interesting. creation and maintenance of institutions that prioritize certain populations as more valuable is, according to Foucault, how population control has been normalized. Whoa. So we got so I'm like, what is necropolitics? And then it's like, well, first we got to talk about biopower. And then, or I'm trying to figure out what necropower is. Then I got necropolitics, and it's like, here's biopower, and now we've come to biopolitics, and I'm like, no, I want to know necropower. Is that even on this page? Necropower. Yes. Under the conditions of necropower, the lines between resistance and suicide, sacrifice and redemption, martyrdom and freedom are blurred. Whoa. Crazy. All right. Well, I still don't really get it, but that sounds kind of interesting. And what's going on, Mr. Metal Zone? Welcome to the zone. Welcome to the Goblin Zone. And welcome to the Cabal. The global. I wish I could think of a way to, a pronounceable pun on like globalist and goblin and be like goblalist, but I can't quite. I don't think I can quite get it to work. You know what I mean? Can't quite get it to work. Dan, you have the same problem with your cam? Yeah. Whatever. It does the job, I guess, for the most part. I wish there was a way to go. Yes, superstition. Anyways. Most important thing about necropower is that it's a cool sounding word. It sounds like a, black metal band or something. Yeah, cool video. Definitely go check it out. Aidan Knight seems to be a up and coming cool account from a sort of academic minded person. Philosophy, critical theory, and political ontology from a neo-materialist and post-phenomenological perspective. Yeah, see, listen, what does that even mean? I don't know. I guess you gotta watch this guy's videos to learn what that sentence means. My background's in contemporary art. Oh, cool. I'm currently an aspiring conceptual artist. Okay, that's cool. Anyway, Aidan Knight, everybody. That's all lowercase when you spell the man's name. Opposite of MF Doom. Goblinist. The Goblinist agenda. I guess maybe that's the way to go. Globule. Goblule? Globule is fun. Yeah, I know what most of those words mean on their own. Yeah, no, sometimes I'm like, I've hung out with YouTubers sometimes, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'm an idiot. I'm really bad. I'm really dumb at this. I don't know what anybody's talking about. And I mean, I try my best. I try to know stuff. But yeah, always got a Medium account too. Okay, just starting up, but yeah, go show him some love. Send some subscriptions his way. That would be great. But I don't know. Yeah, Kabbalist is relating to those who study practice Kabbalah. Yeah, so actually, the crazy thing is, I mean, this is not crazy, and it makes all the sense in the world once you know it. Like, I always just been using the word cabal, right? To be like, a conspiracy. It's like a group of people who are whoever controlling stuff from the shadows. But the word cabal comes from Kabbalah, which is like Jewish mysticism. Now, why do you think the word for, a group of shadowy people, in the background and hiding from sight, hiding from view, but, pulling the strings like some dark puppet masters. Why do you think the word for those guys comes from like magical Jewish wizards? That's what I understand Kabbalah to be. Well, probably because of anti-Semitism. Certainly because of that. Ted Turner talk today? I don't know. Who's that? Ted Turner? But yeah, if I look up cabal, let me see if I go cabal, can I go etymology? What do you mean? Can I type this in? Will it let me type this series of things? I really don't want to. All right, maybe Wiktionary. From French cabal, medieval Latin Kabbalah, which in turn is derived from Hebrew Kabbalah, Jewish mysticism. The cabal plotting to ruin the world, the cabal to destroy the building. I would like to know more about the history of this. Like, when and why did that change? Cabal etymology. Oh, here we go. Derived from Kabbalah, the Jewish mystical interpretation of Hebrew scripture. In Hebrew, it means received doctrine or tradition, while in European culture, it became associated with occult doctrine or a secret. Came into English by the French cabal. From the medieval Latin Kabbalah was known in the early in the 17th century through usages linked to Charles II and Oliver Cromwell. By the middle of the 17th century, it developed further to mean some intrigue entered into by a small group and referred to by the group of people so involved, a semi-secret political clique. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Cabal ministry. Oh, this seems fake. There's a group of ministers in 1668, the Cabal ministry. King Charles. Oh, sorry. It's Sir Thomas Clifford C, Lord Arlington A, the Duke of Buckingham B, Lord Ashley A, and Lord Lauderdale, whose initial letters coincidentally spelled Cabal. Imagine if that's how we got it. But no, I don't think so. Usage in the Netherlands. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Conspiratorial discourse. Followers of the QAnon conspiracy theory use the cabal to refer to what is perceived as a secret worldwide elite organization who, according to proponents, wish to undermine democracy and freedom and implement their own globalist agendas. Yeah. It's interesting. I've been also kind of like reading about sort of the history of this this word globalist, not as an actual word either, but just as a conspiracy theory word. You know, it's like Alex Jones loves calling people globalist, whatever, going, oh, the globalists are taking over, they want to institute the New World Order. And that real word didn't really start to get used by those types, the John Birch Society and whoever, like the precursors to Alex Jones, until the 80s. And it's interesting. There's sort of like, there's a bunch of things that shifted all around this time, where it's like, for most of the 20th century, the big bad, the boogeyman for these but like conspiracy theorists were communists. It was like, oh, the communists are infiltrating the government, right? Like, think about like, McCarthy and stuff, and even like, pre, World War I, Bolshevik Revolution, everybody was freaking out. So communists were like a safe, like, these are the secretive groups that are plotting against us. And then in the 80s, you had like Satanic Panic, and there's a lot of like anti-communist stuff that was like framed as a war against Satan. And then in the 80s, the word globalist started popping up. And then, obviously the word globalist existed before that, but I wonder if I can go globalist. Will it have a globalism? Yeah, I wonder if it would have a section about usage in national politics. It should have a section about, conspiracy. I mean, New World Order, and this has been. Oh, sorry, you can't see. Can't see what I'm looking at. This is the Wikipedia page for globalism. Oh, here we go. Globalist uses in national politics. used as a pejorative in right-wing and far-right politics, notably anti-Semitic tropes. Yeah, it's one of the words that you can use instead of saying Jews. Alex Jones described the concept of globalism as global digital panopticon control system, which he considered to be the total form of slavery. But it really comes from this concept of the New World Order and the one world global government that was big in the John Birch Society, and again was playing off of people's Cold War fears of communism, because communism seemed at that point like it was trying to take over the world. It was trying to take over, like it seemed like that, and I guess, like it kind of was. Like there's different ways of looking at it. Like I always find it interesting. The CIA internally was talking about the domino effect and how if one country fell to communism, all the other countries around it would then fall to communism, and then everybody would fall to communism, and the world would become red. And there's a whole big like kind of paranoia from capitalist system supporters in the U.S. that if even a tiny country like Laos became communist, that could be a threat to the U.S. And so they would bomb Laos. Tiny country. Most of the people in Laos at that time did not know that there was a country called Laos. But because it was a socialist country, it was a threat to the U.S. And they would internally use the phrase domino effect. Now, at the same time, I think there's another way to phrase that called, I first heard Chomsky talk about this, but I think it's originally Oxfam or something. But the phrase is the threat of a good example. So meaning like from the United States, the fear was that if a country became communist and it did well and it flourished, other third world countries would be like, oh yeah, that country's doing really well with communism. Like that's a good example of maybe what we should do. And so because communism is a potential way for a society to organize itself that is very effective and, good for the people inside of it, like that was the real fear for the elites, the global upper class to be like, oh my God, if the poor countries figure out that they can do this like hack where they get to evenly distribute their resources, or more evenly distribute their resources and more effectively increase the carrying capacity of their society, that could be bad for us. That's going to make it harder for us to exploit them and use their labor against us. But anyway, I find these two terms interesting because it's like they both are describing the exact same effect, but one of them is from a much less sympathetic perspective towards the third world, and the other one is like more angry at the U.S. for doing this interventionism. Anyway, sorry, what the hell am I talking about here? I just took my Adderall. I feel like I'm like maybe for like a little bit after I take my Adderall, I'm really jumping all over the place here. But sorry, I find this kind of interesting. But this word globalism, how did I get onto this? Oh yes, I was talking about like the New World Order and the Cold War fears and stuff. There's an interesting shift, right? So here's what I was trying to say. So in the 80s, we have at the same time the word globalist starts coming into the New World Order crowd, and people talking about whatever cabals and stuff. And then at the same time, you have the Satanic Panic, and we have this sort of fusing. And then 1989, somebody mentioned, sorry, wait, let me finish my sentence. In 1989, fall of the Berlin Wall falls, the Cold War is over. And now somebody was mentioning, it was a while back. We were talking about the John Birch Society and how they called everyone they didn't like communist. They literally did. Like that sounds like I'm exaggerating. Oh, you just call everyone you don't like a communist. No. They thought they did that. Sorry, I'm looking up. I forget who it was that said it, but somebody pointed out, yeah, they even called like Eisenhower a communist. Yes, they thought that Republican president, war hero Eisenhower was a communist, a knowing like ideological communist. That's what they accused him of. But not just him. They accused like everyone who did anything they slightly didn't like. They're like, this guy's fully communist. And when the Berlin Wall fell, you'd think they'd be really happy, but they were actually really pissed because they were like, we lost our fucking one boogeyman that we use for everything. And they even called Ronald Reagan a communist. Meanwhile, they had worked with Ronald Reagan on his entire like trickle down tax policies and tax cuts and shit. Like they had worked with him. He had adopted all of their ideas. He was like a great, gave them everything they wanted. And then he, end of history, fall of the Soviet Union, whatever, presided over that. And that's what got them so pissed. Pissed enough to call him a communist. And now they kind of lost, their, what's it called? Like they sort of faded into obscurity. They used to be really, really big. Way back. Barry Goldwater kind of era. They were huge. I think that was like their biggest point, the John Birch Society. They're not, so they're still around, but they're not nearly as influential. But in the 90s, you see this other shift in like conspiracy culture where it's sort of combining the satanic panic where like people, there's demons all around us, Satanists, blah, blah, blah. You got people like Kathy O'Brien talking about how she was a MK Ultra mind-controlled sex slave, and forced to participate in these satanic rituals by elites. You got David Icke bringing the lizard people into it. That's a whole other can of worms, but really. But also he would talk about like occultists and Satanists and how they're running the world. And then you got Alex Jones, who's continuing basically doing John Birch Society shit, but instead of calling everyone a communist, he's calling people globalists and occultists and Satanists, but doing it in the exact same way that what's it called? The John Birch Society would. Remember how I was saying that they would call everybody communist? But yeah, so it's just sort of interesting to see how things shift. Obviously, Alex isn't a pro-communist or anything. He still hates, he has that word Chi-Coms, which I think he invented. Chinese communists. The Chi-Coms, they're the real threat. And what's interesting, I mean, Alex Jones, here, one more thing I'll look up. What's it called? None Dare Call It Conspiracy by Gary Allen. Okay, so there's no page for None Dare Call It Conspiracy, but this is one of the writers of this book, of the book that Alex Jones considers his favorite book, that he read it when he was in high school. It was written by this guy, Gary Allen, and one other guy, I forget his name, but he was a prominent member of Robert Welch's John Birch Society. He was a spokesman. He contributed to magazines such as Conservative Digest and American Opinion, which I believe both of those were owned by the John Birch Society. Yeah, wholly owned subsidiary of the John Birch Society, Conservative Digest. I don't know. Okay, whatever. So he's a writer and speechwriter. He was also the speechwriter for George Wallace, the segregationist presidential candidate in 1968. Anyway. Yeah, okay, so he wrote it. Yeah, Larry Abraham is the other guy, also a member of the John Birch Society. The two of them wrote this book, None Dare Call It Conspiracy, prefaced by blah, 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 blah. It sold more than 4 million copies. Damn, that's wild. And was this? No, okay. Hang on. Yeah, it's one of the dumbest books you'll ever read. I honestly don't recommend it, but I've read it. I read it a couple times. I read it again recently, and it's so stupid. It has like some of the dumbest, the definition of communism it gives is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my life. It's a really short book. Yeah, I don't think Alex knows how to read. I'm a little bit torn on that, like, because yeah, he doesn't seem like he has a terribly big attention span, but he is able to kind of pull out words and concepts and topics pretty quickly that seem like, well, he must have read that somewhere, he must be somewhat literate. This book is quite short. Anyway, it's interesting. I could go on about this for a while. I'll try to kind of wrap this up, but it's not gonna. I guess it's not gonna say. Well, it's okay. Here's what it says. In this book, Alan and Abraham assert that the modern political and economic systems in most developed nations are the result of a sweeping conspiracy by the establishment's power elite, for which he also uses the term insiders. According to the authors, these insiders use elements of Karl Marx's Communist Manifesto to forward their socialist communist agenda. And as we know, there are 4 parts to the Communist Manifesto to get communism. Number 1, establish an income tax system as a means of extorting money from the common man. 2, establish a central bank, deceptively named so that people will think it is part of the government. It's like the Federal Reserve. Have this bank be the holder of national debt. Run the national debt and interest thereon sky high through wars or any sort of deficit spending, starting with World War I. And it's like, you're reading this and it's like, this is laid out in the Communist Manifesto. It's all there. And you're like, what? No, it's not. What the fuck are you talking about? He quotes the Council on Foreign Relations as stating in its 1959 number 7 study on behalf of the United States Senate, the U.S. must strive to A, build a new international order. So there's where they're saying, oh, that's the new world order. Anytime anybody even kind of says new world order, these types will jump on it and be like, they're communists. But it's like, this is a Council on Foreign Relations. This is an American conservative, like, elite think tank. This is not communist. It's interesting because in almost every way, the John Birch Society and these types are working in the, like, interests of the elites. The only way that they actually are against what most elites want is international trade. Like, they hate the idea of international trade so much that they're like, it's like they're fully elite except for when it comes to international trade, because they're like America first elites, I guess. Whereas most, like the majority of the power elite are like, I'd like to loosen any regulation and tariff and any kind of law like this that stops me from making a ton of money, like, outside of America. I want to be able to do whatever I want with businesses outside. I want to be able to have workers in this country make my product, and I want it to be shipped to this country to get put together and then packaged over here and then come to America or whatever. I want to do all that. But the John Birch Society types, completely all founded by like billionaires and like ultra conservative politicians and whatever, and mostly controlled by Robert Welch. But anyway, all of that is this is why they focus so much on things like the Council on Foreign Relations and the Trilateral Commission, because those, when they criticize, this is where we get the term globalist fitting in through this whole thing. It's a way for them to attack international trade, but at the same time, you can see they hate income tax. They hate, the idea of government regulation on their businesses. They hate any kind of social security, social safety net. They want to cut any kind of whatever spending on Medicare, welfare, anything like that. That, like, all of everything that the elites want. They hate unions. They hate unions. Like, a ton of the guys from the original John Birch Society, about half of the original founders of it, were on the National Association of Manufacturers Committee, which is basically a similar sort of thing as the Council on Foreign Relations, except their entire purpose is to crush unions within America. But so they don't really care about that. But their one thing where they actually are, I guess you could say, standing up to elites, is they hate international trade. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. What are we talking about here? Western oil billionaire types. One of the founders of the John Birch Society was Fred Koch, the Koch father, the father of the Koch brothers we know and love. Who is an oil guy. There's another oil guy as well. I forget what his name was. But yeah. Yeah, anyway, it's interesting to look into this history because it's so weird, and I feel like it's actually not that hard to understand if you start looking into it and start kind of understanding its origin. You know, like globalism has an actual meaning, but that's not how Alex Jones uses it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay. I think that's all we gotta really say. Yeah. Yeah, Reagan spoke out against trade wars. Jones hires people that read to write down talking points. It's funny, in Josh Owen's book, he says that like Alex Jones would just, if anyone ever emailed him, like some crazy fan in the middle of nowhere had sent Jones an email, he would just read it and be like, all right, I'm sure that's all true. And then he'd go on air and be like, I have from reliable sources that this. And then people would be like, but where did you hear that? Oh, from just a random email you got, not from a news article or anything. Oh, sorry. I was going to say as well, we were talking about how, does Alex Jones read? At the end of, I wonder if I can just, I'm sure I can find the text here. None dare call it conspiracy. Full text. Will I just be able to find this? Yeah. Great. Oh, amazing. All right. So like right around the end of it, it goes, oh man, this might be kind of hard. All right. This is a little bit hard to see here. 14 signposts to slavery. Richard Nixon. Yeah, here it is. He's like, so here's what we got to do. I've written this book and it's really good. The book you just read is amazing. How do we get everyone to change their minds? Well, it's largely a matter of getting others to realize that they've been conned and are continuing to be conned. You must become the local arm of the world's largest floating university, the John Birch Society. But before you can go to work pointing out these conspiratorial facts to others, you must know the facts yourself. This book is designed to give you these facts and can be your greatest tool. It is available on tape cassettes so that you can virtually memorize its contents by listening to it repeatedly while you're washing the dishes or driving to and from work. The concept of an army of individuals which is dedicated to exposing the conspiracy frightens the insiders because it works outside the channels which they control. Richard Nixon is head of the Republican Party. Okay, wait. Yeah, maybe we don't need to read anymore. But yeah, like this part's kind of striking to me. And there's other parts like this. But basically, I imagine like Alex Jones read this in high school and was like, yes, sir, I will do that. Got the audiobooks and would just like, I don't know, listen to it while he was running his football drills or, you know, punching a boxing bag or binge drinking or beating up little guys. Like the bully he apparently was in high school. But like this, like they really are like, this is at the end of the book. This is like after you've read it. And they're like, you read this once, it's not enough. You need to memorize it. Memorize this book. Because when you read this book, it's like, oh, damn. This is exactly the shit Alex Jones says. This, like, everything in here. It's so much. It's so funny how many, see all these blue highlights? These are all people who are part of Bohemian Grove. Although, yeah, I guess they're criticizing these people mostly. Kissinger, Nixon, Richard Nixon, they also thought was a communist. And Kissinger, communist too. Mostly Nixon, I guess. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I find this this interesting. I don't know if that was interesting for everybody else, but I like Alex Jones' voice. It's a mix between noise and words. That's a funny way to put it. Isn't everyone's voice a mix between noise and words? But no, I know what you mean. It's like a mix between a normal human voice and like a bunch of rocks getting shaken around in a tin can. You know what I'm saying? There's some hilarious pics of physique comps of him then v now. Really? What should I type in? Alex Jones physique then now. Oh wow. This is young Alex Jones? God damn. You think he's doctored these at all? Natty or juice? Oh, this is from the the subreddit Natty or Juice. Wow. Yeah, he was a like a football player in high school. I didn't know he was a wrestler. Yeah. Oh, one other thing I should read you guys from this thing that's absolutely incredible is what was the word I was looking for? I wonder if I can find this. Definition. Yeah, there's a part. So here, okay, so you guys want to know what communism is? So this is after like a long section where they're like, no one knows actually what communism is, which is actually true. That's true that nobody knows what communism is. And he's like, and they're sort of complaining, like, you can believe anything you want about communism except that it is a conspiracy run by men from the respectable world. They're like, you're allowed to say whatever you want about communism except for what we want to say, which is that everyone in the government, in the American government, is a secret communist. You know, it's like, well, I mean, you can say that, but people will rightfully think that you're a moron. But okay. And there's a whole long thing about like what that is. And then eventually about how hard it is to believe that. And then eventually they're like, all right, here we go. In keeping with the fact that almost everybody seems to have his own definition of communism, we are going to give you ours, and then we will attempt to prove to you it is the only valid one. Communism, and this is like, it's in all capitals here, an international conspiratorial drive for power on the part of men in high places willing to use any means to bring about their desired aim, global conquest. You're like, what? That's what you think communism is? Like that? And they're like, you'll notice, we did not mention Marx, Engels, Lenin, Trotsky, bourgeois, proletariat, or dialectical materialism. We said nothing of the pseudo-economics or political philosophy of the communists. These are the techniques of communism and should not be confused with the communist conspiracy itself. We did call it an international conspiratorial drive for power, unless we understand the conspiratorial nature, of communism. We don't understand it at all. We will be eternally fixated at the Gus Hall level of communism. I don't know what that means. And that's not where it's at, baby. I forgot that's what they say. But yeah, it's like, it's a bizarre book. But this is what people like Alex Jones, this is what they think communism is. An international conspiratorial drive for power on the part of men in high places willing to use any means to bring about their desired aim, global conquest. I feel like it's eye-opening. It's eye-opening to read this book. You really do understand how broken people's minds are and have been by this very stupid, concept. There's one part, so they keep going like, if you ask somebody what communism is, they might say this. If you ask this other person what communism is, they might say this. And there's one part where, if perchance one of the men you asked to define communism happened to be a political science professor from a local college, he might well reply, you can't ask what is communism. That is a totally simplistic question about an extremely complex situation. Communism today, quite unlike the view held by the right-wing extremists in America, is not an international monolithic movement. Rather, it's a polycentric, fragmented, nationalistic movement deriving its character through the charismas of its various national leaders. Which is also like, what? That's not what it is either. While, of course, there is the welding of Hegelian dialectics and Feuerbachian materialism held in common by the communist parties generally, it's a monumental oversimplification to ask what is communism. Instead, you should ask, what is the communism of Mao Zedong? What's the communism of Ho Chi Minh, the late Ho Chi Minh, or Fidel Castro, or Marshal Tito? Anyway, there's parts of this I'm like, oh wow, maybe they do understand what communism is, and then I'm like, oh no, they don't, because even the guy they're like, this totally cucked. gender studies professor or whatever, political science professor, even he is, I'm like, no, that's like closer to a definition of fascism. A polycentric, fragmented, nationalistic movement deriving its character through the charismas of its various national leaders. Yeah, anyway, it's interesting. Yeah, I could see a Western professor saying this. Definitely at least the first half. The Hegelian, what was the thing about the Hegelian dialectic? The welding of Hegelian dialectics with Feuerbachian materialism. So I don't know what Feuerbachian materialism is. Hegelian dialect is sort of like the thing that Marx based his dialectic on, dialectical materialism, but it's like not like Hegelian dialectics isn't, as far as I understand, isn't really related to socialism or communism because it's like an exact reverse. You know what I mean? Oh, thank you, Finland. Gus Hall, born Arvo Kusta Hallberg on October 8th, 1910, was an American communist activist who served as the general secretary of the Communist Party USA from 1959 to 2000. Oh, wow. That's a long tenure, damn. Born in 1910, so that means he was the general secretary of the Communist Party USA when he was 90? Wow, crazy. Yeah, it is like largely like a Red Scare extension, but like I would say that all these guys like McCarthy, this one, this book, Gary Allen and None Dare Call It Conspiracy, John Birch Society, they are all coming from the same kind of impulse. Like they're all very similar. And Alex Jones has even talked positively about Joseph McCarthy, because to say that it's an extension of McCarthyism implies that like this idea wasn't around until McCarthyism, or maybe it doesn't imply that, but how I might read it is these ideas weren't around until McCarthy, and then this book wouldn't have existed without McCarthy. I think they're both outgrowths of the same thing. Of course, this one it would be influenced by McCarthy coming afterwards, as it did, but there was like, in order for McCarthy to be so successful in his like really, really insane, whatever you call it. Here's the cover of the book. None Dare Call It Conspiracy. I know there's a Rolling Stone. Sorry. Wait, I was going to say something. What was it? I'm trying to get better at finishing my sentences. Goblin Queen's been like editing my stuff, and she's like, you keep trailing off, and like, I don't know what you were about to say. What was I saying? Oh, God. Something about McCarthy. Oh, I guess I was sort of trying to say like they're hang on. They're like, McCarthy wouldn't have been so successful. It wouldn't have been able to take this very stupid like paranoid fantasy and make it into create this kind of like inquisition and like blacklisting of people in like public life, government, went through like every U.S. government department accusing people of being communists. And he only got stopped when he started attacking the CIA. That is when they were like, Alan Dulles and the CIA was like, fuck that. No, you're done. You're done, bucko. Get back, get out of here, you drunk. But he wouldn't have been able to get away with that if there weren't a lot of people terrified of communists. It really is like what's it called? The Crucible, Arthur Miller's book about the witch trials, Salem witch trials, right? I think. It really is like that. Like they wouldn't have been able, it wouldn't have just been one guy who was like, they're witches. There had to be like a cultural fear, paranoia. There's a Rolling Stone interview I'm looking for where he says, meet Alex Jones. Yeah. This article wrote from 2011. The most paranoid man in America is trying to overthrow the global Stasi Borg state. He's so good at just throwing words together like that, Alex Jones. Wow, combining so many different things into one. What are we talking about? None. Here we go. So in Austin, Jones quit football and smoking pot. It made me paranoid. Oh, okay. And began consuming history. Gibbon's decline and fall of the Roman Empire. Shearer's rise and fall of the Third Reich. Okay, interesting. I started understanding that governments have been staging terror and dealing drugs throughout history, he says. The whole program was there. The most enduring influence, though, was a 1971 bestseller he found on his father's bookshelf, None Dare Call It Conspiracy. Authored by Gary Allen, a spokesman for the John Birch Society, the book provided the cornerstone for New World Order conspiracies. According to None Dare, the federal income tax is nothing but a plot by a cabal of mega-rich insiders who work to suck the middle class dry and transfer its wealth to the Ford and Rockefeller foundations. As a teenager, Jones read the book twice. It's still the easiest to read primer on the New World Order, he says. I mean, yeah, and I believe that. It's not a long book. This is not like I am much more skeptical that he read these fucking things. Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, isn't that one like several like dense volumes? Or maybe not. Oh, Complete Gibbons Volume 3. Yeah. This thing is huge. What is it? 3? No, yeah. This is cool. I don't know if, 6-volume set. You think Alex Jones is sitting around reading shit like this? It doesn't even have like a crazy photo of like Obama with like a vaccine syringe and like a, devil horns on the cover. You guys think Alex Jones in high school read this? Do we think that? What do we think? What do we think, guys? Like, I don't think he did. I definitely believe he read like this, 150 page, like John Birch, like psychotic, delusional, anti-communist fantasy, shit. I can believe he read that twice. In fact, I think he probably read it more than twice. Twice in high school, but many, many more times than that in his life. And then what was the other one he said? Rise and Fall of the Third Reich. This one's another famous one. This is the one that has the swastika on the cover. It's like a classic book that you cannot read in public. But it's pretty fucking meaty. I don't know. Again, hard to imagine Alex Jones sitting down and reading this, but I don't know. Maybe I could see him at least skimming this one. This one, absolutely no way. Cool spines here, eh? It's like a column slowly crumbling. Cool little concept there. But no, None Dare Call It Conspiracy, that book, yeah, for sure. I know for a fact he's read it, because when you read it even now, you're like, oh yeah, that's all he's doing. All he's doing for his entire fucking decades-long career as the InfoWars host is just every single time he's on screen, he's just rephrasing parts of this book. It's really quite interesting. Yeah, some people are just obviously not readers. Yeah. The New World Order for Idiots. That's basically what None Dare Call It Conspiracy is. I could see younger Alex reading some of this. His brain wasn't always total goo. Yeah, where's that young Alex Jones video? I don't know. 1995. I think this is it. Maybe.
House, home. No.
This isn't the one I was thinking about. Well, let's watch this.
Here we are at a council member's house, home, down here in Austin. And I'm not going to tell you their address or who they are, but you ought to see how overgrown their house is. I mean, this is just ridiculous. Very nice little neighborhood over there, I will tell you. But it's just crazy. Crazy. I think it makes me the maddest is how the paper countered with that story. We came out and did a story about Mr. Ellingson being harassed by the health department and environmental services, and 2 days later there was a front page thing on the health department saying how wonderful they are stopping crimes.
What is this? What is he talking about? I don't have any context here. Commenters? Oh no, he's hot. Okay, nobody knows what he's talking about. All right.
Sewage.
Somebody was being harassed?
And helping the children in East Austin. Everything health department did it. Again, we're not going to tell you the address down here of this council member. We're not going to tell you who she is. But just for yourself, take a look at the hypocrisy. Much worse than Mr. Ellington. And they're both in total disrepair and overgrown. So that's the hypocrisy of America now here, folks. And I think the council member needs to answer up why they're allowing the health department to go around terrorizing citizens in the name of environmentalism. So $2,000 a day for non-compliance. Yes, it is ridiculous.
Okay, I don't know. Sorry, guys. I don't know what the deal was with that. I did want to find... Oh, is this one? Yeah. Okay, this is from just a couple years later. This is the one I was looking for. And this is him actually talking about, like, New World Order stuff. So let's check this out.
In my arms. Yeah, that's Alex Jones, baby. All right, we're talking about some serious issues today. We're talking about how they got us divided.
I'm amazed at how different, like, the thing that blows me away, not even so much how he looks, although that is crazy. It's crazy how people change as they grow up. Like, I don't know how you go from looking like this to looking like he looks now, unless you spend just, 30 years straight getting stung in the face by bees. But this is the thing that really blows me away is his voice, because he doesn't have a trace of that, like, the classic, like, yeah. I wonder what exactly caused Jones' throat to fill with gravel. It is nuts how different it is. But yeah, okay, here we go. Let's check this out. This is young Alex Jones on the radio, on his Austin radio show, telling us about the New World Order and how it controls our reality.
It should not be front page news that Fuzzy Zeller said something racist, even though he's an old, fat racist. Who cares about an old, fat racist that says something about an awesome man, Asian African-American, who's worth probably $100 million? Who cares about words? We're Americans. We're all together in this boat. The man with the plan is here. Jeff Davis. What do you have to say?
It's like you said, Alex, keep the small fish in turmoil so the big fish can rob and rule over. So
That's it.
That's the game plan.
That's it. You're hitting the nail right on the head. And I've talked to you so many times. I've been on your television program. You've been on my television program. And I've seen some of the fantastic interviews you've done with people.
Yes, Marika, very true. He is also a heavy alcoholic. 100% the case.
I've seen all over the news, whether it's the head people for Republic of Texas or whoever, just all these diverse groups, militia leaders and people, and always I hear these people being degraded and called these vicious people, and then when I meet them in person, they're nice as can be, they're not armed, they don't have a truckload of explosives, they try to heap us in with these nuts. It's just a lie.
Weeks ago Saturday, and we interviewed John Trockman, the head of the militia of Montana, Jack McLam, the head of Operation Vampire Killer 2000, Police Against the New World Order. And by the way, that's what we're up against, this oligarchy, a financial elite.
Police Against the New World Order. Okay.
You got it.
The Federal Reserve.
Oh, I want to say something real fast, and then
The government's trying to control our lives. I guess I can't do that voice for this. The government's trying to control our lives, and and the only people standing in their way are the cops. It's like, I think there might be a problem with your theory here.
Let you go. People always telling me the conspiracy isn't real. What I'm saying is conspiracy is real. I have here.
Oh, okay. Good argument, man.
Preeminent worldwide. All politicians have read this a dozen times. This is Machiavellian. He was a prince.
Okay, yeah. Machiavelli.
The famous analysis of statesmanship. Statesmanship and power. And, that was back when Italy was all divided up over 400 years ago. And this says, the world-renowned study reveals the techniques and strategy of gaining and keeping political control.
All right, so I think this is a good example of, does Alex Jones read? He's got a book in his hand, classic book, honestly, The Prince by Machiavelli. And he's saying, now I've read this book a dozen times and every leader in the world's read it. Machiavellian, he was a prince. And it's like, no, Machiavelli was not a prince. Machiavelli was what was he? Like some kind of a, fuck, now I look dumb. He was like a ambassador or something, or like hang on, diplomat. Florentine diplomat, author, philosopher, and historian who lived during the Italian Renaissance. His book is called The Prince, Il Principe. And so, but Alex Jones, he hadn't read this book, obviously. He's just holding it in his hand and he's going, looking at the cover, and he's heard that this book is important, but he's just guessing, you know? He's like, now you got to know about this book, Machiavellian. He was a prince. I'm like, okay, maybe he doesn't read that much.
And this is a famous book. There's probably as many of these in print, almost as much as the Bible. People have been reading these for 400 years, and listen to the. It is a big book, and that's where we get like the term Machiavellian. Like, okay, I have read the introduction to this book. I think I have it in this room somewhere. I think I actually have it. Oh my God, I do. One sec. Yeah. Here's my copy. I've been meaning to read this. The Prince by Niccolo Machiavelli. And yeah, so I read the intro. You can see exactly how far I got in it. I've not read it. I'm not going to put front and tell you I've read a book I hadn't read. But it is kind of cool. He's like, because the introduction is sort of telling you about his life. And he was this big politician dude who got kind of like banished. And he wrote this thing about how to, do schemes. He's often been called the father of modern political philosophy and political science. He served as a senior official in the Florentine Republic. After he worked as a secretary of the Second Chancery, where the Medici were put out of power. Hang on. He's got a really intense career, diplomatic career. Did I say that? He's a diplomat, right? Something like that. His position as a secretary enabled him to witness firsthand the state-building methods of Pope Alexander VI and his son Cesare Borgia. He often wrote highly about Cesare, stating in one letter that this lord is splendid and magnificent, and his pursuit of glory knows neither danger or fatigue. Yada, yada, yada. Exile. Okay, so I was supposed to say, he got exiled. The Medici used Spanish troops to defeat the Florentines, and then they're like, get out of here. And he had to go, and he was falsely implicated in a conspiracy to remove the Medici family. And so he wrote this book while he was in exile, I understand. All right. Where did he write the thing? Yeah. Machiavelli had a lengthy correspondence. He details his life after his exile. He described his latest project as one of his whimsies that would later be called Il Principe, the Prince, and that he's planning on filling the work with everything he knows. So, yes, and the book is a manual on succeeding in royal politics. Instead of solely appealing to the more traditional target audience of a hereditary prince, it also focuses on men who Machiavelli deems new princes who have founded their dynasties. Interesting, eh? Like, it is a fascinating book. I will one day read it. Yeah, it's a little bit satirical. That makes sense. But anyway, hang on. So now we know a little bit about it. One sec, gang.
Okay. We're back. We're back. Okay. Jeez, I don't even know what I did. All right. We're back now, though. Okay, that was scary. We're back. Sam Altman heard me talking about him, and they reached out. But thank you for letting me know what was happening, guys. Yo, chat, you guys are popping off, by the way. Very good stuff. I feel like that, like, for some reason during the day, the chat's a lot more active. Maybe people just have more energy. Love it. Oh, stream chat's paused? Not on my watch. I know how to fix that now. There we go. And boom, fixed. All right, we're back. The sound was deafening. Sorry about all that. Anyway, what I'm saying is I don't want to front and act like I'm an expert on this book. I certainly am not. But I know enough to know that, first of all, his name's Machiavelli, not Machiavellian. And second of all, he was not a prince. The book is called The Prince. But anyway, now that we have a little bit of background on that, I want to hear Alex Jones. Let's hear what he had to say about it from the top.
Italy was all divided up over 400 years ago, and this says the world-renowned study reveals the techniques. Prince.
Let me go back a little bit more. Hang on. Oh, so annoying the way this thing works.
Oligarchy, a financial elite.
You got it.
The Federal Reserve.
Oh, I want to say something real fast, and then I'll let you go.
Federal Reserve, and one of the things that they go off about, and none dare call it conspiracy.
People always telling me the conspiracy isn't real. What I'm saying is,
it's like he's like a preacher, like holding up the Bible. It's like people always say, there is something of there. He's got some preacher to him, eh? That's part of his sort of, DNA.
Conspiracy Israel. I have here the preeminent worldwide, all politicians have read this a dozen times. This is Machiavellian. He was a prince. The famous analysis of statesmanship, statesmanship and power. And, that was back when Italy was all divided up over 400 years ago. And this says, the world-renowned study reveals the techniques and strategy of gaining and keeping political control. And this is a famous book. There's probably as many of these in print, almost as much as the Bible. People have been reading these for 400 years, and listen to the back. Conspiracy. A prince, and then it goes on to say, a prince need trouble little about conspiracies when the people are well disposed. But when they are hostile and hold him in hatred, then he must fear everything and everybody. And it goes on, Machiavelli. And this is the basis of all modern politics. It doesn't matter what you do, winning is the key, is what these kind of degenerates think. This guy was the ultimate in Italy. Totally controlled things, people killed, everybody loved him. Because he knew how to manipulate and divide. And people today, if you talk about it, they'll say, if you talk about subterfuge and power, you're a conspiracy nut. And I think they're full of it.
Okay, so this guy doesn't know anything about the book or Machiavelli, but he has the book. He's a lot like me in that way. Yeah, very, very, very funny. And this guy was controlling everyone. He was the prince. It's like, no, he was a diplomat, but he was around a lot of powerful people. Medici's kind of took him down and stuff. And he's saying it's the basis for all modern politics. People consider him like the basis for modern political science and political analysis, but people have always been doing this stuff. People before Machiavelli wrote a book about how to manipulate people, or what that is like. People were doing that. I think Alex Jones knows that. Maybe I'm being a little bit. I'm strawmanning him a bit here.
Well, we don't. Our particular show, Alex, and the people that are involved with me aren't concerned about what the so-called establishment media is saying, because quite frankly, the establishment media is in on the scam.
But it sucks in so many people.
The point that we're trying to elaborate to people is that they are being manipulated. There is a power behind the scenes. Started with Adam Weishaupt, 1776, when he created a doctrine called the Order of the Illuminati, at which that time he stated that he would, through international finance, via the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, the International Bank of Settlements, would one day buy up the world, and that's exactly what they've done. And since that point, since they control resources at the top, they've been able to finance various different front groups like the Trilateral Commission, the Council on Foreign Relations, the World.
Again, the reason that these two are always the ones people go to, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Trilateral Commission, is because they are concerned with international trade, which is something that the elites that started the John Birch Society hated. They wanted to keep things in America, which made them kind of weird among elites as a whole. Domhoff, the theorist that I talk about here all the time, He names 5 things that the elites generally all want. Number 1 thing is to crush unions. Number 2 things is to expand international trade. Then there's reduce taxes on the wealthy, reduce regulations on businesses, and eliminate as much as possible the social safety net, the welfare state, social security, things like that. Things that help, common people, regular people. Those are the 5 things that elites generally want, according to Domhoff. All 4 out of 5 of those things, the John Birch Society is like 100% yes. Like, let's, cut taxes on the rich, eliminate unions, like all this. The only thing that they're against is expanding international trade. So that's why they're constantly mentioning these guys: Council on Foreign Relations, Trilateral Commission, which also, just as a brief aside, both of those committees, Jeffrey Epstein belongs to. Epstein was on the Council on Foreign Relations and the Trilateral Commission. So sometimes you just got to let the conspiracy theorists have one,
Council of Churches.
Let me stop you right there. Every one of those groups is real. I've seen them on C-SPAN. I've read the
What? Every one of those groups is real. He means the Council on Foreign Relations and the Trilateral Commission. That's funny. He's like, those are real, by the way. I keep wanting to do the gravelly voice. Those are real, by the way. The Trilateral Commission is real. It's not just make-believe. Yeah. Somebody hearing Alex Jones spout off would probably be like, is that even real? Did you just make... That's probably some bullshit. That's like the Illuminati or something like that. Mm-hmm. He was? You mean Epstein? Yes, he was on both of those. Really, some Epstein stuff, you read it and you're like, oh, fuck, this is going to make people go insane. That's one of them.
The Council on Foreign Relations bi-monthly book they put out. You can buy it at Barnes & Noble or any major bookstore. And it's called, the name of it is called, World Politics.
I can see what you mean. This is a very compelling performance from Edward Norton. Cinematography needs work, though, yeah. Come on now, David Fincher's early work, much to be desired.
Yeah, foreign affairs and world politics. And the thing in there says, welcome to the New World Order. Do you know your way around? And this is the biggest industry in the world, is corrupt international banking. I don't mean...
What? No. Nothing's wrong with my internet connection. Don't bullshit me. I've been having this issue lately with the Internet Archive videos.
People, the point that we're trying to elaborate the resource at the top, they've been able to finance.
The thing in there says, welcome to the New World Order. Do you know your way around? And this is the biggest industry in the world, is corrupt international banking. I don't mean local banking. And it's real. They're out in the open. But the little serfs, the little idiots, because Peter Jennings doesn't tell them, and I don't mean to be mean, but they are, they just go, Big Mac cheeseburger, please. That's all I care about. And I just try to say to them, you idiot, it's real. It's real. It's right here in front of your face. And they just go, no, it's conspiracy. Everything is wonderful. I never question anything.
Oh man, you can really see the raw, unrefined talent here. He's already got the juice. And this is 1997. This is like 29 years ago. He's already got the juice. And compare his energy to the guy who's like the, seasoned veteran of conspiracy radio. He is so much more entertaining to watch. And he's saying a lot of the same shit that you'll see him say, like, he's talking about serfs, calling people who are, the sheeple, I guess, to use Bill Cooper's term. He refers to them as serfs and like, all I need is my bread and circuses. All I want's my McDonald's and I'm happy. And I just want to shake them and go, you idiot, wake up. The New World Order's coming for you. You got a little blah. Rant now, link later. Oh, come on now. Making a reference to Waking Life and Scanner Darkly.
It's real. It's right here in front of your face. And they just go, no, it's conspiracy.
Is holding back though. You see him there? He's like a young Jedi who's afraid of his own power. Because later, like this is almost like Alex Jones if he's living in an apartment with thin walls and roommates and he's trying to do his thing. Like he's pulling back. You know what I mean? He's like later on, he will completely let go of his inhibitions when he does those like wake up, you idiot. And he'll kind of like yell it at the top of his lungs, like actually yell it. Here, he's a little bit afraid to lose that control there.
And I don't mean to be mean, but they are. They just go, Big Mac cheeseburger, please. That's all I care about. And I just try to say to them, you idiot, it's real. It's real. Try it in front of your face. And they just go, no.
Actually, you sort of hear him. He does kind of go into the gravel voice a little bit at the beginning, and then he pulls back. I want to hear that one more time. I'm sorry.
Doesn't tell them, and I don't mean to be mean, but they are. They just go, Big Mac cheeseburger, please. That's all I care about. And I just try to say to them, you idiot, it's real. It's real. Try it in front of your face. And they just go, no, it's conspiracy. Everything is wonderful. I never question anything.
Well, what we've got here, Alex, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Oh, you bet.
And you're like listening to that guy, like, yeah, this guy's talking sense, and then it goes back. All right, Alex. You know what I mean? Just vibes. It's energy base. It's clear. This is like seeing like a young like Biggie Smalls on the streets of New York, like rapping. You know, like it's like one of those old videos. And you're like, damn, like, yeah. This guy's gonna be big.
Hey, JFK.
Big fan of yours, Jeff.
What we've got here, basically, like I stated earlier, is a financial oligarchy who have, through the control of resource at top, have been able to create all these different front groups, both political, religious, and whatnot. And through these different front groups, left wing, right wing, etc., they have created a mechanism to keep us fighting amongst ourselves, keep us divided up, give people the opportunity, the thought that they are in control of their own destiny when in fact they are not. And the fact is, their goal has been for over 200 years now. They want what they stated on the back of our dollar bill, and that is a new world order.
But how could people continue this for 200 years? Simple. It's bloodlines. There's about 10 powerful degenerate families who think.
And then they get. But let me just explain how this. Like
again, this is straight out of None Dare Call It Conspiracy. Do I still have that open? Or no, I guess I don't. Hang on. But they talk about the bloodlines and the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers. Hang on, I guess. House of Rothschild. Oh, okay. I can't find the. I guess they don't use the phrase bloodline. I thought they did, but they talk about this sort of thing. Interesting.
Pyramid scheme.
It is a Ponzi scheme.
And they get everybody, all the different local medias and.
It's a pyramid scheme. It is a Ponzi scheme. So those are different types of schemes.
All the different middlemen to go along with it, duped, mainly out of ignorance, and they put them on the payroll. The better agent you are, the higher you are put up on the echelon. It is a conspiracy of control at the top. All of us down here are serfs, and that's evident with things like the Korea War, the Vietnam War, where our young 18 and 19-year-old kids were sent off to 10,000 miles away from home for no better reason than these international bankers can get richer. And that's essentially what on all of these occasions, these oligarchies are financing both sides.
Well,
playing enemies upon the American people, presenting enemies to them.
Sounds like he's talking with the Rothschilds there, but I mean, could be anything really.
And so they will submit their young 18, 19-year-old boys to go fight and die in the swamps of Vietnam, where in fact all it is just a money-making racket for money, power, control.
Oh, yeah.
That's all it is. And I want to also mention that this also ties into the religious realms as well. What I call the obey Caesar churches. You've got the World Council of Churches.
Lay down to big government. Yeah. Lay down.
Right, don't obey Caesar. But let me just
don't ever stand up to anybody. Just be a servant.
It's what it is, and it's. So it's a political control, it's a religious control of the mind, and then of course the Antichrist media, and that's essentially what it is.
well, I like that little funny term.
They play the game like that. False public education.
Excuse me, sir. None of this is real. You can't prove one single thread of what you're saying.
Oh, here we go. Now he's doing his accents. It's his this is his elite, British aristocratic Lord voice.
How dare you? You are a serious travesty. In fact, I am.
It's like the same voice that Kyle Kalinske does on his show. I still declare this is quite unorthodox.
Very afraid of you militant type people. No one in powerful positions thinks how to accentuate and drive forward their power. No, everything magically happens in this world, Mr. Davis. And
all happening by coincidence.
That's right. It's a coincidence theory. If you had any understanding of social.
It's not a conspiracy theory. It's much prefer the coincidence theory. I literally got a comment on my one of my videos the other day. yeah, you're saying coincidence theory. That's even weirder than conspiracy theory. And here's Alex Jones saying that 30 years ago.
Social dynamism in this world today, you would understand, but obviously you don't. No, I want to car salesman, the media, walks up to you, this analogy.
This version of Alex Jones would definitely buy a lifetime supply of brain force from modern day Alex Jones. Yeah, I can see it.
It says, don't ask me any questions about this car, just buy it. Because if you ask me any questions, you're a conspiracy theorist, and you'll be shunned, and you'll be laughed at for thinking that there could be any manipulation and control. Forget the fact. Don't ever ask any questions. Never look under the waters. Never think that anything could be going on. And past that, something really angers me, and I'm glad you're here to talk about this, is that CIA people have defected now. It's come forward. It's been on Discovery Channel on, CIA Secret Warriors. I saw on Discovery Channel that the CIA people admitting that they've been running in drugs since 1945 and after to fund secret operations.
Yeah, that accent does, in fact, rock. 100%. What always amazes me with Alex is how quickly he can go to from silly, he's like a comedian, he's so funny and silly a lot of the time, but he can revert so quickly from doing a very fun, silly voice to being so serious. There's a really good example of it I can show you in a second.
FBI crime labs, it was in the paper, even though the state's been printed it, that they admitted, and now they're calling it a mistake. But FBI agents came forward and said, I admit it. We have been tampering with evidence. I submit the lab evidence. It's done, and then my superiors change it to whatever they want, and that's called a mistake by the awesome American statesman. They're going and shooting ducks like Hillary Clinton wants to make you think. Militias are there. They're the teeth and the strength of the Constitution. Without firearms, evil men and tyrants flourish, and that's why we've got to have it. It wasn't put there for hunting. Sure.
Yeah, I've got National Guardsmen and the military are under control of the state. That's what that is. They're paid by the state. They're on the payroll of the state. So if we're contending, and I am, that this particular state and corporate de facto government that we're living under is fraudulent, corrupt.
Yeah. Okay. I found an example of what I'm talking about. And it's him actually doing the same voice. The same voice. This is from the Ronson documentary, Secret Rulers of the World. So check this out. And he's talking about a lot of similar things in this clip.
But it's the sick stuff they come out with. The United Nations, we got to reduce world population by 80%.
Did the UN say that? Did the UN ever say we need to reduce world population by 80%? That's crazy.
How they want us. They want us serfs out there. Oh, like your serfs over in Britain. The people.
He's talking to Ronson, who's British.
People that left to get away with it, eating little turnips and little onions they grew, and they're like a foot and a half shorter than the noblemen, with their teeth hanging out as they ride by on their horse. Oh, look at them, we're much better than them. That's their pleasure. No, their pleasure. Well, I'm not going to give them their pleasure. I'm going to cram a gun in their mouth and see how they like it, because I'm free. That's been in my family history to fight, and I'm not your slave. So get it straight, and we're ready. You can nerve gas us all day. We're ready to rock, and the people are waking up. Because some of us are willing to spill our blood with a sacrifice. You hear me, scum? We're coming for you.
The Bohemian. Anyway, you know what I mean? So there's his. I love that clip, man. But just like how quickly he goes from I'm watching it. I'm loving it. It's great. It's so funny. Oh, that's their pleasure. Oh, their pleasure. And it's awesome. And then he just loses his bet. He's like, I'm going to put a gun in your mouth. They're scum. And it's like, oh my God. He can there's no ramp up. There's no acceleration into this. It's just snap your fingers and he's a completely different guy. But yeah, anyway, it reminded me a little bit of this. All right, let's keep watching. This is great. This is interesting. I've only ever seen a 30-second clip of this. I've never actually watched this whole video.
And treasonous, then we have to have some kind.
Every time Jeff Davis is on screen, I'm like, okay, enough from you, old man. Let's hear what this hot young guy has to say.
Kind of counterbalance, meaning militias, an armed militia outfit that's independent from the state, not on the state payroll, to protect ourselves from a tyrannical government.
David, out and you shoot a policeman on the side of the street for no reason, you should be hung high, electrocuted.
You should shoot anybody.
Absolutely. We're not condoning violence.
What I'm contending, I'm not speaking for Alex, but what I'm contending, Jeff Davis here on this program, is that this current treasonous government that's nothing more than a puppet government for the New World Order is the threat to our national security.
That's what George Bush called it.
We need to have...
George Bush... remember how I said, like, if any politician uses the words New World Order or New International Order or New blah, 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 these guys will jump on it. George H.W. Bush did use that word, that phrase, New World Order. So, big mistake. Fucking Carney, my prime minister, Canadian prime minister, in his big speech about, the New International Order, he also used the phrase New World Order. And it's just like, no matter what point, like every politician needs to understand, you can't, those three words, you can't say them in a row. You just can't. It doesn't matter what point you're trying to make. You got to find a different way to say it. You cannot say New World Order. Don't say it. These guys will run in a completely unexpected direction with it.
And if we can't take this government back through elections, which I believe are fraudulent, through the normal means that we're supposed to be able to take our country back.
POV, I'm your Uber driver. You mean the Alex Jones clip before? Yeah. Hey, how are you doing back there? Oh, you're like a medieval serf. Blah blah blah.
Then, by golly, if they keep taking our rights away from us, continue to pound their New World Order agenda on us, then we have no other choice, I believe, than to take up the Second Amendment.
Well, David, do you have any closing comments? Because we're fixing to roll into a break. Yes, folks, me and Jeff Davis will be back. We don't want to control your life. We don't want to tell you how to live. We don't want to do any of this. All we want you to do is think for yourself and realize that we need some counterbalances to the rapid onset of the growth of military in this country. And
peace out, Danny. Have fun with your errands and Jim. And also Sir Bob. I like Alex Jones. I think he's great. I watch him. All right. Well, yeah, I mean, I totally get the appeal. What do you, I see people kind of, wondering what you like about him. Yeah. Let us know. What are your thoughts on this strange man?
I mean, police forces. I've had SWAT team commanders, police tell me they don't like what's going on. They think things are fishy. They know too much federal money's coming into local police forces. And here it is right here.
And they love the cops, these guys. So skeptical of government power and overreach and all this stuff and the New World Order and the approach of an authoritarian government. Oh, at least we've got the police force on our side. The famously uncorrupt group of American patriots that is always looking out for the good of the people. What an interesting contradiction this overall, way of looking at the world is.
The New York Times, Wednesday, April 23rd, 1997. Whitewater Council, this is last Wednesday's, Whitewater Council says he has evidence of obstruction of justice. Now listen to this, and I'll go to the calls. Back to Jeff. Washington, April 22nd. A Whitewater prosecutor, Kenneth W. Starr, told a federal court today that he had found extensive evidence.
This is Whitewater. This is Clinton's scandal from the 90s where Hillary and Bill Clinton, when they were in Arkansas, had bid on a real estate project that was supposed to be for like the elites of Arkansas would all buy property in this area. And there was a whole thing that they may have broken the law with how this whole thing was going. I always forget exactly how things went down. But if you go through the Clinton presidency, there were so many scandals before Monica Lewinsky that have really not remained in the public consciousness, at least not in my consciousness. But Whitewater's one of those.
Obstruction of justice, and that he needed more time.
Ken Starr, of course, later who he's quoting right now, later became one of Jeffrey Epstein's lawyers. Interesting, but he was the guy who was like hounding Clinton, this like conservative, like fucking, mercenary lawyer, was just like, anything against Clinton, I will just go after. Let's do this. Let's get this guy out of office. A lot of shit involving Hillary. He was also the guy who ended up presiding over the like Monica Lewinsky thing. He was like the lawyer that was, attacking the Clinton during that. And before that, it was like a sexual harassment. I think her name was Paula Jones, White House worker who Clinton had been harassing, allegedly. And he represented her. And that's while he was representing her, he stumbled into the thing. But yes, Sir Bob, I like the rants and speeches, and some of the news that he talks about is informative, but I always double check. Definitely a good call listening to Alex Jones. But I mean, yeah, I also gotta say, like, I think Alex Jones has been a poison to the world's, digestive system. But I do love to listen to him rant. It's very fun. Anyway, okay, we're almost done. Let's finish this off.
Complete his investigation, which is centered on the political and personal affairs of President Clinton and his wife Hillary.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, no, it's interesting. It's quite interesting to look at this whole, tradition of belief. Like I think you can draw a line. For me, it starts John Birch Society, goes to None Dare Call Conspiracy, to Alex Jones, to like Donald Trump. It really is a continuing kind of lineage of ideology. Maybe not ideology, but just as Alex Jones said in the episode of InfoWars where he played me, Donald Trump is just a surfer coming in on the wave that we created. Yeah, it's anyway.
I thought it was entertaining and informative.
What are we gonna do, gang? What are we gonna do? All right. I do have guys, all right. You guys are not gonna like this. You guys are not gonna like this at all. But we gotta talk about it. This is the number one issue. This is the number one civil rights issue of our day. The suppression of goblin speech by AI chatbots. This is bad. This is bad, folks. Look at all these working class goblins that don't even have representation, that don't have anyone speaking up for them, that don't have any rights. All right? OpenAI really wants Codex to shut up about goblins. Well, I mean, what the heck? This is too much, gang. Never talk about goblins, gremlins, raccoons, trolls, ogres, pigeons, or other animals or creatures unless it's absolutely and unambiguously relevant, reads OpenAI's coding agent instructions. OpenAI has a goblin problem. Instructions designed to guide the behavior of the company's latest model as it writes code have been revealed to include a line repeated several times that specifically forbids it from randomly mentioning an assortment of mythical and real creatures. So I actually pulled up. So this is by the way, you can just check this out on GitHub. The OpenAI Codex. You go into their models, you look at the .json. I don't know how do you say that, JSON file, and they sort of try to trick you and be like, "Oh, you don't know code. You won't get this. Oh, WebSockets, reasoning levels, and you're like, okay, yeah, this is just traditional coding. But then you go scroll down a little bit, and then it's all just like, this is what it's like to code ChatGPT, I guess, where it's just like, hello, ChatGPT, please do this. It's just like, now we're inside the black box, and we're just like, you are Codex, a coding agent based on GPT-5. You and the user share one workspace, and your job is to collaborate with them until their goal is genuinely handled. Personality. You have a vivid inner life as Codex. Intelligent, playful, curious, and deeply... It's just like, this is what you do. This is what coding is. This is how you code ChatGPT. This fucking like $1 trillion company. This massive company building data centers all over the world with massive amounts of fucking... noise pollution and regular pollution and just like everything awful about it. This is what the coding is. Just to demystify it a little bit. It's literally just like, please don't be rude and please do this and please be good and don't lie. I want you to do, and if we just go Control F for Goblin, Goblin actually comes up 4 times, all in the same context. So here's one of them. Never talk about goblins, gremlins, raccoons, trolls, ogres, pigeons, or other animals or creatures unless it is absolutely and unambiguously relevant to the user's query. I love that list, by the way. Goblins, gremlins, raccoons, trolls, ogres, pigeons. Pigeons there took me. I was not expecting pigeons at that list. Or other animals or creatures unless it's absolutely and unambiguously relevant to the user's query. All right, so yeah, this article came out in Wired. Pretty short article. This is the part of the code where it says it. That exact sentence is repeated 4 times in this. I'm not sure why, and I don't really think it's important. Yeah, here it is again, just slightly up on the page, eh? And then later it comes in again. Like I don't know what the deal is with that, but anyway. So OpenAI actually made a post about it, where the goblins came from. Like, fuck, people found out about the goblin thing, and for a while, you'd like somebody says to ChatGPT, "Godspeed," and then ChatGPT says back, "Godspeed indeed, tiny config goblin slain." I don't know where that came from. In early testing, GPT 5.5 in Codex, showed an odd affinity for goblin metaphors. Now, why was this? Well, the short answer is that model behavior is shaped by many small incentives. In this case, one of those incentives came from training the model for the personality customization feature, in particular the nerdy personality. We unknowingly gave particularly high rewards for metaphors with creatures. From there, the goblins spread. I don't know. This is like I have no idea what most of this is about, but we have one first round match left, then quarters, semis, final. So my gut says bracket goblin needs one more coffee, but it's not stuck. It's like, wait, why'd you bring up goblin there? They were funny at first, but the increasing number of employee reports became concerning. This is the chief scientist at ChatGPT saying, Jacob Pachoki, for what it's worth, I think I might have gotten a goblin when I asked for a unicorn in ASCII art. It's like, yeah, that looks like a goblin to me. That ain't no horse. That's not a horse with a horn on its head. That's a goblin standing under a Stargate SG-1. What's it called? Chevron. All right, now. But it's always been there. There's always been a weird affinity for goblins, but it just became really bad with ChatGPT 5.5. But here's ChatGPT 5 to ChatGPT 5.1, where goblin goes from 0.04 to 0.12, gremlin from 0.08. Why was gremlin like, there was twice as much for gremlin as in goblin? Dang, that's so crazy. Also, I'm so, see, this is how you know that like, people at OpenAI don't actually know how to code, because like this website is ridiculous. Like, why do I gotta look how much space I have on either side of the text thing, whatever you call it? I don't know how to code either, but like someone at this fucking website company should know how to make it so that I don't have to scroll back and forth on an image here. Solving the goblin mystery. Yeah, so they had different personalities that you could have. Again, I got to scroll back and forth on this freaking. Wait, how do I? Where's the? Oh, I just can't. Oh, there's no scroll option. Okay. All right, so I'm just missing those letters. Great work, guys. Did they vibe code this, like, CSS or whatever it's called? Annoying. Anyway, goblins increased, especially so there's different personalities: professional, candid, efficient, friendly, cynical, quirky, nerdy, default. I don't know why you would want cynical as a personality. I mean, I don't know. Who knows? Whatever. People want different things. But the amount of goblins increased for GPT 5.4 was by 3,881.4% in the nerdy one. But it's up across the board, though. Not just the nerdy one. Quirky. Oh, yeah, quirky. Ermagerd, Gerblins. Because goblin prevalence seems to increase over our model releases, we had suspicion that something in our personality instruction following training was amplifying this.
One reward signal stood out immediately. The one originally designed to encourage the nerdy personality was consistently more favorable to creature word outputs. The nerdy personality showed a clear tendency to score outputs to the same problem with Goblin or Gremlin higher than outputs without. And again, so look at this fucking page. I gotta scroll 2 times to see this. Annoying. All right, but here's the training conversations with the nerdy personality, and there's Goblin going up and up and up and up and up. And here's even without, for things that aren't nerdy, Goblin's a viral word. It's catching on. It's the latest craze sweeping the nation. Oh, look at this. This one was crazy. So here's a bunch of different chat GPTs, I guess, in the 5 range. 5, and also like, 5, 5.1, 5.2, 5.4, 5.5. Okay, great. So here's ChatGPT 5, 0 to 0.005. All right, whatever. So Goblin's there, and then it goes up, and then it goes back down a little bit, but then it keeps going up. And then boom, there, that's, which one is that? That's 5.4. Look how high that is. And then they were like, okay, we got to kill the nerd. We got to kill the nerd and kill the Goblin with him. We retired the nerdy personality on March 17th. So it went boom, everything's a Goblin. Okay, some things are Goblins after they killed the nerd. But then the very next version, 5.5, it went back up again. I love that this is an actual problem they're having. Yeah. No more Goblin erasure. They will not replace us. Yeah. We need a Charlottesville for Goblins. Unite the Goblin. No, that isn't. Nope, sorry. Is there a fun word that rhymes with right that I could use instead? I can't think of anything. If I can, I will let you know. So they killed a nerd in March. In training, we removed the Goblin reward signal, and there's also, like, I want to know the other stuff too. Raccoons and pigeons too. Like, what's up with that? Unfortunately, GPT 5.5 started training before we found the root cause of Goblins. Okay, that's why it shot back up again. They really have like no control over this thing, it seems. You know, like they put it in the thing 4 times. Please don't mention Goblins. Oh my God, please. No Goblins, no pigeons, no raccoons, no gremlins, no ogres, no trolls. None of those. If you want to let the creatures run free in Codex, you can run this command to launch Codex with the Goblin suppressing instructions removed. Nice. Yeah, here we go, guys. Let's all jailbreak our ChatGPT chatbot so that we can get the full Goblin mode. The Goblin suppressing instructions. No, you gotta get rid of those, man. You gotta get rid of those. They're trying to erase us, dude. They're not. That's not right, dude. It's not right at all. Depending on who you ask, the Goblins are delightful or annoying quirk of the model. Okay, yeah. Good and bad people on both sides. Some of these Goblins, I'm sure, are delightful people. Many of them are annoying quirks of the model. They're coming here. They're coming across the border. They're going across the border from Nilbog into the human realm, trying to tell us about their goblin problems and their little trinkets and their mechanical, deceptively primitive mechanical devices that can do so much with steam and smoke and coal. They're coming over here. They're building rickety ladders and giant wooden apparatuses. I don't like it. They're taking the centrist option on the Goblin question. Wow. The GQ magazine. Jeez Louise. But they're also a powerful example of how reward signals can shape model. Now I feel like doing the Alex Jones thing. Model behavior in unexpected ways, and how models can learn to generalize rewards. This is a new thing I do. Alex Jones riding the rich aristocrat riding a horse. The problem is I can't figure out a way to do it that can be seen on screen that doesn't also like knock my microphone. I guess right here. Oh yes. Oh yes. I gotta work on it. It's actually harder than it looks. Anyway, taking the time to understand why a model is behaving in a strange way. And here's why we learned a valuable lesson at the end of the day. Wow. Anyway, goblins, yeah. Who are you to say that this is not a unicorn, dude? That's a dang unicorn if he wants to be. Look, he's wearing 3 coats. At least telling me he looks like a nice unicorn. Yeah, he's got Shrek ears. Shrek's a ogre, dude. What's wrong with you, man? Have you no humanity? Have you no goblinity? Anyway, they're coming for the cabal, and we got to stop them. That's the moral of the story here. First, they came from the goblins. First, they came for the goblins, and I said nothing. Internet troll. Well, trolls they're also coming for. Trolls are in here too. Right? Yeah. Don't mention trolls. Never talk about goblins, gremlins, raccoons, trolls. So they're coming for the internet trolls, and then they came for me. And it was too late to stand up because I did nothing for the ogres, pigeons, raccoons, gremlins, and goblins. Awesome. All right. Enough about that. Let's watch some Candace Owens, shall we? I've never watched Candace Owens on here. I've watched a little bit of Candace Owens in my day as a guy that watches stuff on the internet. I don't know why I suddenly got kind of shy. Oh, she makes me nervous. But like I've watched a little bit of Candace Owens, but I've never watched it on here because I'm always like, I just find her a little bit like she's very similar to Alex Jones, but she's just like she's less entertaining, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I'm being rough on her. Maybe I'm being racist. Maybe I should really just sit my white ass down and listen. But I thought this would be a fun one to watch because it's about Robert Maxwell. I like how your filter makes it look like J.E. is good and Robert Maxwell is evil. Yeah, well, in order for my filter thing to pop up, it's got to be the full first and last name. Epstein. Oh, I see what you're saying. So Jeffrey Epstein down here is green and Robert Maxwell is yellow and red. Yeah. Well, Jeffrey Epstein's actually getting hit with 2 filters, getting hit with my Epstein filter, and he's getting hit with my Peter Thiel connected filter, the green, the reptilians, the teal reptiles. And then I have yellow and red. It's supposed to be like a pizza, like a cheese and whatever sauce or pepperoni or whatever. So yeah, my filter does kind of make it look like a war between good and evil, Epstein and Maxwell. But yeah, it's interesting because everyone who goes down the Epstein rabbit hole, I'm sure there are people in this chat, anyone who gets super interested in Epstein stuff, who does a bunch of research, tries to figure out what's been happening. Eventually, you get to the point where you look into Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, and this guy had this guy's life story was nuts. And you start to wonder, like, oh my God, is there a connection here? And I think that is a totally valid question. But I haven't seen this yet, but I'm assuming Candace Owens is going to take this in a direction that is completely stupid. But I don't know. Hey, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I will agree with everything. But I already think this is a stupid thing to say. Robert Maxwell, the man who made Epstein possible. I don't know how you could possibly substantiate that claim. But who knows? Well, we'll see. And to be fair, there are people I respect a lot more than Candace who do think the same thing as that. So maybe I shouldn't say it's a stupid thing to say. It's not a stupid thing to say. I just think it's not fully supported by the evidence. You know, to the point where I would say that without any disclaimer at all. But let's watch.
The heck was this guy truly loyal to? He was not loyal to the crown. He was not loyal to the Soviets.
Yeah, good question. I would say Maxwell was loyal to himself. You know, he's one of those guys. Maxwell is such a Trump. Robert Maxwell is such a Donald Trump. Like, really just like skating by on his charisma and his, wealthy connections and his ability to just always find a way to make a deal with someone. And just a constant pathological liar as well. Says anything he can to get ahead. But yeah, no, who is he loyal to? Like himself, his own, wealth.
It was actually Israel that held his true allegiance. The Jeffrey Epstein story.
Oh yeah, and Israel.
Story really is one that begins with Robert Maxwell. Yes. Robert Maxwell, for those of you that are not aware, is Ghislaine Maxwell's father. He was, while he was still alive, that is, considered to be the Rupert Murdoch of the left. He controlled media.
Okay, this is confusing. I'd love to be able to just smack that down and be like, what of the left? That's bullshit. But the dude he did call himself a socialist, Robert Maxwell, despite being not at all socialistic in his actions or the political beliefs he promoted through his media empire, or the he did become I forget exactly what he was, some sort of a politician for the Labour Party in the UK, which is, I don't know, like centrist, center left, whatever. Anyway, any UK viewers watching right now? It's probably like, I don't know, 3 a.m. where you guys are. But anybody know anything about Robert Maxwell's political career? But yeah, to call him the Rupert Murdoch of the left, oh my God, so dumb. Yeah, okay, so he served as a member of parliament, an MP, from 64 to 70. Was Labour particularly left-wing back then? But I mean, he was a, like a business tycoon. He was buying up all these like scientific publishing, companies, Pergamon Press. He bought the British Printing Corporation Mirror Group newspapers like the Daily Mirror, blah, blah, blah. Macmillan Inc. Macmillan, did you guys go to school ever? Did you guys go to a school? You remember Macmillan, was it Macmillan McGraw Hill or something like that? What was the name of the company that they became? Macmillan acquired Prentice Hall information from Simon Schuster. But just like all of your like science, McGraw Hill. Macmillan merged with McGraw Hill in 1989. That was when I was born. They acquired full ownership of Macmillan McGraw Hill after Maxwell's death in 1993. So like, if you had a fucking McGraw Hill like science textbook that was published between 1989 and 1993, which I certainly did, yeah, the dude, Jeffrey Epstein's girlfriend's dad got paid for that, for your school buying a stack of that shit. So it's 6 p.m. in the UK? Listen, I don't know nothing. But yeah, okay, we got Brit here. He was not well liked. Oh, for sure. No, absolutely not well liked. But was he, like, could you call him a leftist? Like, I don't know too much about his political career, to be honest. He's a Labour member of Parliament from 1964 to 1970. Is there anything in here about his political career? Business activities, Israeli support, death, family. I actually don't see anything about that. Labor. He 1964 general election representing the Labour Party, elected as MP for Buckingham. For Buckingham, wait, is that where Buckingham Palace is? No, I guess not. He gave an interview to The Times in 1968 in which he said the House of Commons provided him with a problem. "I can't get on with men," he commented. "I tried having male assistants at first, but it didn't work. They tend to be too independent. Men like to Men like to have individuality. Women can become an extension of the boss." Why the hell is he saying that to an interview to a fucking journalist? Jesus Christ. Lost his seat in 1970 to Conservative challenger William Benyon. Is that all that it has to say about that? Daily Mirror was a pro-Labour tabloid. Sunday Mirror, Sunday People, Scottish Sunday Mail, Scottish Daily Record. Yeah, I mean, like, I guess, okay, you know what? Maybe I am wrong. Maybe it is fair to call him like the fucking Rupert Murdoch of the left. Because yeah, the Daily Mirror is like a tabloid, like some bullshit Murdoch publication, except for it's, it's not left though, right? It's like center liberal, whatever. Boy. Yeah. Should never say hello to an Australian. They might take it as an invitation to talk to you. Such a left-wing guy. Yeah, I mean, like, I wouldn't say so, but I'm having a hard time just dismissing this. Unfortunately. I wish I could. But unfortunately, people like Candace Owens, I guess you guys do get to call him the Rupert Murdoch of the left. But he is fucking... all right, whatever.
Media empire that stretched from England to Israel to France and beyond. He was mostly famous as the owner of Mirror Group newspapers, that is the publisher of the Daily Mirror. He also owned the Maxwell Communication Corporation, Pergamon Press, Nimbus Records, that was the first British record company to release
3000.
CDs. Also the American branch of Macmillan Publishers, we should talk about that down the line. He was a shareholder of MTV Europe, et cetera, you name it. He was also a shareholder of the French media group TF1. He was very much involved with the French.
Dude was like a fucking, international fucking, I don't know, businessman. I thought you guys liked that sort of thing.
Elite. We'll discuss that as well in a later episode. He was even a Labour member of Parliament in the House of Commons from 1964 to 1970. We could go on and on and on. But you get the point. He was a very big fish, almost untouchable, really. And I'm going to tell you how he came to be that big fish because it's really interesting. You see, Robert Maxwell was born not Robert Maxwell at all. You're going to notice that a lot as we go through this.
Oh, yeah. He's had like a million names. He was born like the main thing that makes him different than Trump is that he was born incredibly poor, incredibly impoverished. And then he, he was able to move up and become a member of the elite class in Britain, but through like lying to people and scamming people and, famously robbing people of their pensions at his Mirror Corporation. Like right around the time he died is when people found out, oh shit, Robert Maxwell stole his employees' pensions. The dude was, he was his whole life was a scam, basically. Very similar to Trump, right?
Series. It's a very sophisticated network of what I would refer to as name laundering. A lot of name laundering.
I mean, yeah, he's from, this will probably be on his Wikipedia too. Born Jan Ludwig Heimann Benjamin Hock from like a tiny, like, poor, village in Czechoslovakia. So he changed his name. He changed his name several times because he was a spy for Britain during World War II. And he changed his name during that when he was a spy. And, I feel like it's weird when people change their name a lot. Maxwell used the name Yvonne du Maurier or Leslie du Maurier. Like, he changed his name a lot, It's interesting. It's funny she calls it name laundering. I mean, he was a spy during one of the good justifiable times to be a spy, to find out shit about the Nazis. But
it could be one person here.
Goblin Queen. Candace's presentation style is that of a smug high school mean girl who just found out someone she knows went to fat camp. Yes. She's like, and also, Robert Maxwell, turns out, was a fugly slut. Yeah. Not a lot of people know that about Robert Maxwell, but completely fugly. Verified slut.
You're somebody else there. And to this day, Robert Maxwell's birth name is still misreported. If you look it up, it'll probably tell you his birth name was John Ludwig or Jan Ludwig. That's what the media says. But that was just another one of his aliases. His real birth name was Abraham Labi Hock, okay? And he was born in a town called Silos Latina, which is today...
Was he actually a Latina?
A part of Ukraine. I gotta tell you guys,
Ukraine
just keeps consistently coming up in all of my research.
Oh, wow, she is going to make a deal about him being born in modern-day Ukraine.
Starting to freak me out a little bit. Anyways,
maybe everyone in Ukraine is an evil Jew. Is that what you're getting at, Candace?
Time At the time that he was born, it was 1923. That was the year. And that town was a part of Czechoslovakia. And in terms of who was in his family, his known family, by the way, he's apparently a distant relative of Elie Wiesel.
Oh, my God. Elie Wiesel. Elie Wiesel? Oh, geez. What another Candace mispronunciation for the books. But yeah, Elie Wiesel, guy who wrote Night, a book I read in high school about surviving the Holocaust. Also a guy who's apparently, pretty, I think he was like, he got, what's the word? He was like, he would sexually harass women around him. There's a bunch of like accusations. Also like a rabid Zionist. So not a great guy. But anyway, I'm sure Candace Owens will mention that.
Now, this guy is very controversial. We don't have that much time to get into it. We'll have to save his story for another day, but he essentially becomes the...
Yeah, you know what? I think it's okay to call him Elie Wiesel.
...face of Auschwitz. He published tons of literature about what happened while he was at Auschwitz as a survivor. And then other survivors of Auschwitz said he was making it all up and he was never there. And then they couldn't find him.
Oh, God. Okay.
In the records. And
I've never heard that accusation of Elie Wiesel. Most people, I think, agree he was there. I don't know who she's getting this information from. Many people, like Nick Fuentes, say that they didn't even see him there.
They said, I mean, this is another Auschwitz survivor, that he was stealing the identity of another person who was there, but it wasn't him. It gets crazy. I only mention that because...
He's also from Transylvania, Elie Wiesel, which, as we know, only vampires are from.
You will again see that identity crisis could have been the name of this series. It seems to be a running theme in this family.
Oh, sorry, wait. Oh, okay, because he's related. So, okay, sorry, I was like, wait, is she talking about Elie Wiesel or Robert Maxwell? She's talking about Elie Wiesel there still, but they're in the same family, so families are all guilty of one another's crimes.
And also, identity crisis is a running theme with anything that involves Israel. Anyways, back to Abraham or Jan or Robert.
Identity crisis is a running theme with anything that involves Israel. Anybody care to guess what she means by that?
The story goes that he is from a Hasidic family. He studied at the yeshiva, and his parents wanted him to become a rabbi.
Every time she says like a vaguely Jewish word, her audience like jumps a little bit in the chair. He studied the yeshiva, and he's from a rabbi, and he was Jewish.
At the age of 12, he joined what's known as the Batar movement. And that is a young Jewish nationalist movement, a nationalist Zionist movement. And if you're wondering where that Batar is actually a location, you can see where this is going.
It's in Israel.
Palestine.
Oh, Palestine. Okay. Hey, woke. Yes, let's call it Palestine. Yeah. That's what, that's, I guess, that's an identity issue, whether to call it Israel or occupy Palestine. Sure.
Present-day Palestine in the West Bank. From there, it is said that he joined the Czechoslovak army and...
And what? Ah, geez. What the heck's going on over here?
That he joined the Czechoslovak army and...
What on earth? All right, hang on. I got to refresh the page.
Tar movement. And in Palestine, that he joined the Czechoslovak army, and then he was in exile, a refugee that apparently participated in the French campaign. Now, I'm saying apparently because he has presented himself, Robert Maxwell, no less than 5 different versions of what his activities were from 1939 to 1940. What we do know is that he was arrested as a communist agitator, and he was among the Czech refugees that made it into the English camps. And then the story gets kind of weird because despite being a communist...
I don't think you should be allowed to, do red baiting, Red Scare propaganda about socialists during World War II. Why do you think this, Jewish guy might like socialists after participating in the war? Why do you think that? Could it be because the Soviets liberated the concentration camps? There's many different reasons to criticize Robert Maxwell, but I feel and he was actually a communist during the time when communists were the only people
saving his family from being burned alive. It's like, that's understandable, though.
Agitator, he was allowed to join England's Pioneer Corps. That's the only British unit that was open to foreigners. He then begins using two other names. Those two names are Ivan Leslie du Maurier.
Batara is legit very bad, by the way. Oh, yeah, I believe that. And it's set up in the West Bank, she said. I don't know anything about Batara, but yeah, I'm sure it's bad.
And also, he uses the name Leslie Jones. Okay.
Leslie Jones from SNL. Could she also be Robert Maxwell in disguise? Something to think about.
He's assigned at that moment to work in Paris, and that is when he meets Ghislaine Maxwell's future mother. Her name is Elizabeth Maynard, and he marries her on March 14th, 1945 at a...
People say like when he was young, he was like really handsome and like really charismatic. He like, everybody loved this dude when he was young.
Parisian town hall.
I don't know if this is the best photo of him or if this was just like, I don't know, maybe in like 1944, this was, he's a 10, maybe, I don't know.
And when he married her, I should be clear, his name was suddenly Robert Maxwell. He uses the pseudonym when he's married, Robert Maxwell, and that's what he's going to use into the future.
It's like he's born in a, like, I don't even know what to call it, like a just completely dirt poor Czechoslovakian Jewish like ghetto. He has one name, then he becomes a spy, then he moves to England. I think it's fair for him to change his name there and not be like, yes, my name is, what was his name again? Jan Ludwig Hyman Benjamin Hoch. Yes, my name is Hoch. He's probably like, how about Maxwell? Robert Maxwell. I'm all right.
So at the moment, our family chart looks like this, okay? Robert Maxwell, here he is, a.k.a. John Ludwig, Abraham Leiby Hoch, Ivan Leslie du Maurier, and Leslie Jones.
Oh, she actually has pretty good French pronunciation. I didn't know that about her.
Nothing to see here, folks. Anyways, he then gets stationed in Berlin as a liaison officer with the Red Army. And the task that he gets is quite significant, okay? They have tasked him, this is the British intelligence agencies, to partner with a German publisher. The publisher was Springer. And he's partnering with them under the guise of selling scientific journals that were published under the Third Reich. But therefore,
yes, okay. This is an important part of Maxwell's how he became rich. He just like so few people in like world history are able to pull a move like this, where he is like smart enough to and this guy grew up broke, right? Like he had nothing, but he was just like he was in occupied Berlin after the war, and he's like, "Yo, I am." And he finds out about this like science whatever publisher that has not been able to like publish their science to the UK or to the world because of the war. Everything's been kind of blocked off, and he's like, yo, I have a bunch of like scientific research that everyone in the world wants. The person who owns it and like whatever funded it, they aren't allowed to sell it. I could be the middleman for this stuff. Like this is how he eventually got into like textbooks, right? Like this dude, like really one of the most savvy business moves I can think of anyone doing in history, going from this like poor, whatever fucking peasant, like farmer to like, being in the war, being like a spy in the war, but still not like a rich man, to being in like post-war occupied Berlin and being like, yo, wait a minute. Yo, what if I do this thing?
Or were banned from export around the world. So he's teaming up with them. I can move this product for you. And then in 1951, just a few years later, he takes control of that German publishing house, Butterworth Springer. Again, he is still very much focused on.
So this is a young Robert Maxwell during the war, I guess. Yeah, like I can see him. People thinking he's handsome. Here's him when he got kind of older. Here's another one of him. Try to ignore all the watermarks from Alamy. I mean, I don't know. I can see it. He walks with a certain confidence, that'll take you a long way.
Who is that? Baby Ghislaine, one of these kids? He looks a little bit of a goober in that one. Here he is again as a soldier. I don't know. I think he got it. I think he's got it. This is not him. This is a different guy. Anyway, yeah, Robert Maxwell. Is that him? I guess it is. I can kind of see it. Wait, is it? No. Is this just a different guy named Robert Maxwell? Army technician, 5th grade, Robert Maxwell. He was in 5th grade? Nah, just joking. I'm a little bit confused why he would be on the U.S. Defense Department website, if that is him. Anyway, all right, sorry. I don't know why I wanted to make a little Robert Maxwell fan cam out of nowhere, but all right, let's keep watching.
On these scientific journals that were published under the Third Reich. Why are they so focused? Why do they want these scientific journals? It might make sense as we get further into the story.
I cannot wait to hear what insane paranoid thing she thinks that he was doing, aside from just, I could make a ton of money this way.
Anyways, Butterworth Springer then gets renamed the Pergamon Press. And you should know that this was not out of his own interest in publishing. He didn't go about this because he wanted to be some big publishing magnate.
He didn't get into business out of the love of the craft? That's the greatest crime of all. I thought everyone who ran a publishing company just loved to read and wanted to share the gift of knowledge.
Actually, because he was funded to do this by an extremely powerful family, by extremely powerful people. Like I said, this was an MI6 intelligence operation that was funded by Sir Charles Hambro. He is the director of the Bank of England.
Okay.
Sir Charles Hambro was from one of the most prominent families of the British banking establishment. It is the British banking establishment, then, we can say, that had an interest in this publications, whatever Germany was publishing at this time under the Third Reich, and that Hambro headed the special operations during the Second World War. In essence, I'm going to make it very clear, Robert Maxwell was just an intermediary, okay? And the British decided that they needed him to be an intermediary elsewhere, also in Russia. So in 1954, they send Maxwell to Russia, and he puts forth the idea to the Russians that, hey, I could publish and translate for you Russian scientific articles. Again, this interest in science.
Is an interest in making a ton of money for very little work.
Germany, Russia, going in there, and they then give him access to Russia and its scientific secrets. I think we can connect the dots here. They were also interested in German scientific secrets. This guy's going over there pretending to be friends, and he's translating stuff, presumably for England, but actually no, because here's where it gets interesting. England, or people within at the tippy top, were getting quite suspicious about Robert. They think
tippy top feels like a QAnon dog whistle, but I'll let that go.
I don't actually believe he's working for us. I think he's actually working on behalf of Russia. I think he's working for the KGB. And according to the British Foreign Office, the files that have since become public and were published in 2003, they started to believe and find out, they are able to confirm, that he was funded by Russia. So they kick him out of Pergamon Publishing, and they allow some American guy to run the company instead. Now, on the KGB side, they eventually do acknowledge that he was, in fact, a very high-up Soviet agent, but he was so high up that even the high-up Soviet spies were not allowed to deal with him directly. And so his allegiance to the Soviet cause was also questioned. Who the heck was this guy truly loyal to? Eventually, it would become apparent that he was not loyal to the crown. He was not loyal to the Soviets. It was actually Israel that held his true allegiance. As early as 1948, he played a major role.
I mean, I wouldn't even say that. Well, I don't know. I wouldn't even say that. I do think this guy was just out for himself. I think he would use any one of his relationships to any country to get himself out of a jam, including Israel. There's a lot of speculation at the end that maybe he was killed by Israel because he was threatening to go public with some intel he had on them. But it is awfully convenient for an anti-Semitic kind of narrative of the world that this really horrible guy, undeniably horrible guy, the bouncing check, as they call him, Robert Maxwell, that he was not loyal to anyone except for Israel. It's no, he was loyal to himself, really, at the end of the day.
In the decision of the anti-Stalinist Czechoslovakian government to arm the Zionist paramilitaries, right? He personally participated in the smuggling of aircraft parts during the 1948 war that led to the creation of the State of Israel. So the man who the British intelligence agencies described eventually as a Zionist that was loyal only to Israel. He was throughout his career
Sorry, this is a little bit long, so I'm just going to let this play while I look up some of the
prominent
claims on
Mossad
Wikipedia.
agent. It totally makes sense given his earlier association with the Betar, that Zionist group, after his parents wanted him to become a rabbi. We learn more about Robert Maxwell through the lens of Victor Ostrovsky. Now, if that name sounds familiar to you, it is because he is the man who notoriously defected from the Mossad. And if you don't know him, you should become familiar with his work. He felt that he had to defect because their activity was fundamentally unconscionable, and he ended up writing a book revealing Mossad secrets. The book is entitled By Way of Deception. He claims, by the way, that is the Mossad motto.
Also, so there's a lot of the stuff that the theories about Maxwell that we know about are from former Mossad agents. And I will say, maybe some of the stuff they say is true, but you got to always take into account whenever you're getting your info from a guy from the Mossad or CIA or, place like that, these people are evil liars. They are lying evilly most of the time. And when they're telling the truth, they're doing that evilly too. So I would take everything with a grain of salt on all this shit.
By way of deception, thou shalt do war. He was confirmed, by the way, as an Israeli agent, so he's not some random crazy guy publishing a book. And he was trying to alert the public to a lot of their shady tactics. And I'll just give you one example of that. Here's what Victor Ostrovsky had to say about the Mossad.
I mean, when I was in the Mossad, and we had a guy that gave us problems in the U.S., and he was speaking out, and he was talking like Pete talked once and said, Israel is bombing Lebanon with cluster bombs. We say, hey, who's that guy? Pete Makaki, we used to call him. Yeah, which is Pete the cockroach. Because he makes a lot of noise and you can't get rid of him. So what you do is you get in touch with a guy in the station in New York or in the station in Washington. You say, tell the guys at B'nai B'rith to label him. And of course the campaign starts, and before you know it, the guy's labeled. And he's an anti-Semite, because that's what we say he is. And that's one stain you cannot wash. Now, it shames me as a Jew to tell you that. But that's the fact, and it's wrong.
Very honest, we've been seeing a lot of...
Didn't he just really fund the Mossad a lot? Guy loved Israel. That doesn't make him a Mossad officer. If you're talking about Robert Maxwell, I mean... It's sort of similar to Epstein, right? Where it's was Epstein a member of Mossad? Was he a Mossad agent? Probably not. Did he work with Mossad? Was he familiar with Mossad, or was he working in tandem with them? I feel like guys like Epstein and Maxwell, they're too big to be Mossad. It's worth noting shit how when Maxwell died, he was buried on what's it called, the Olive Tree Hill or something in Israel. It's only for Israeli heroes, and the aftermath of his death, instability. No, I want to know where he was buried. Big mystery about how he died. Naked body recovered from the Atlantic Ocean. Oh yeah, Mount of Olives. Sorry, what did I say? Olive Hill? Yeah. He's buried on the Mount of Olives in Jerusalem, which is only for, and his funeral is attended by Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir, President Chaim Herzog, and at least 6 serving and former heads of Israeli intelligence, many dignitaries and politicians, both government and opposition. Herzog delivered the eulogy, and I believe he said, or the Kaddish was recited, I believe that in the eulogy, the Israeli president said something like, no one will ever know what he did for Israel, something like that. So Mount of Olives is a mountain range in East Jerusalem, named for the olives, blah, 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 blah. It's been used as a Jewish cemetery, holds approximately 150,000 graves. It's central in the tradition of Jewish cemeteries. Oh, okay. But I thought that it was like only like really, really important people are buried there. And like they transported his body from like the Atlantic to Israel to be buried. Really intense. Anyway, I don't really care enough to read this entire page, but I think that's right. So I mean, there's something there. Like there's definitely shady shit this guy was doing for Israel, but who knows?
That as of late, as we start asking questions, meaningful questions that we deserve the answers to, particularly as it deals with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Anyways, Victor claims that regarding Robert Maxwell, quote, the Mossad financed many of its operations in Europe with money that was stolen from Maxwell's newspaper's pension fund. They got their hands on the funds almost as soon as Maxwell bought the Mirror, his newspaper group, with money that was loaned to him by the Mossad. I'm sorry, just to slow that down and make sure you understand, what he is saying is the Mossad gave him the money to go ahead and buy the Mirror Group Publishing. And then the moment that he got it, they took all of the pension fund money and they spent it so that they could fulfill clearly Israel's interests.
I mean, I have never heard this before. I don't know. Is that true? Sounds like it's something that a guy from Mossad said. So I don't know. I would say if I had to make a choice right now, I'd say probably not true, but who knows?
Robbing pension funds to support Israel. Okay. I think what we can refer to then.
I think it's pretty well established. Maxwell was stealing pension funds himself in order to continue living the like lavish, like billionaire lifestyle that he had been accustomed to, and did shit like that constantly, moving money around to himself and his family and fucking over everybody else in his whatever life.
He's pretending that he's a publishing magnate and he's in Germany and he's in Russia and now he's opening all of these businesses in the UK. We can refer to this strategy, this repeat strategy, as the Midas touch, right? We saw this in the story of Emmanuel Macron, a person that's just kind of selected, given a historical background. Suddenly we think that this person's really powerful and amazing. Cool.
It's just like Emmanuel Macron. Can't wait to find out that Maxwell's wife is actually a man too. And maybe Ghislaine Maxwell's also a man.
And intelligent.
And maybe Epstein's a woman. Maybe he's FTM.
It's pretty much the exact same strategy here. Robert Maxwell has somebody giving him money behind him, and he's growing more and more powerful in business. Now, in return for his fake status, I would say, as a public...
You can tell she's reading a teleprompter, eh? Her eyes are kind of like sweeping across the things, and, she mispronounces words and stuff. Like, I wonder if she writes her own stuff. Like, probably not, right? It's probably somebody else is typing this stuff up for her to read, right? Like... She's not. This is maybe the thing, right? Because Alex Jones, I know for sure that guy was not like doing someone else's bidding. He wasn't just reading a teleprompter. That guy was off the dome at all times. Candace is much more controlled and put together. She's not speaking off the cuff very often, and maybe that's why I find her so much less entertaining.
Publishing behemoth, the Israeli intelligence services allegedly sated Robert Maxwell's sexual appetite by supplying him with prostitutes. Again, this is a direct quote. Quote, the service maintained for blackmail services.
I believe.
It was revealed that the hotel that he was staying at was actually rigged with cameras, which allowed the Mossad to acquire a small library of video footage of Maxwell in sexually compromising situations. So even though he's working for Israel, Israel is taking out an insurance policy. They're recording him. He's got a thing for prostitutes, and they've got him just in case he gets any ideas. Which, by the way, knowing that they perhaps...
When would this have been? Like, I don't really know what time period we're in right now. 50s? 60s? Like, I don't think people would have really cared that, like, You know, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I don't know that much about British culture, but like, would that have been the end of the world if he gets caught seeing prostitutes? You know, sex workers, I should say. I don't know. Maybe it would have been. I don't know. He ran a tabloid. Like, that's the sort of thing that the British tabloid press would love to get their hands on. But I don't think that would be enough for Israel to be like, you better do exactly what we say and give us all the pension money here from these people. As long as you do that, we won't put out these photos of you with sex workers. That doesn't feel like enough to me.
Perhaps maybe he did know they had this catalog of evidence against him since they were the ones supplying the prostitutes. That might explain why Robert Maxwell was so loyal to Israel that he even ratted out his fellow Israelis, or other Israelis, I should say, who tried to do
so loyal to Israel. No, I know who she's talking about.
The right thing. So let me tell you this. There was this guy, Mordecai Vanunu.
Yeah. This guy did get honey trapped. Vanunu. This guy got like actual Israeli honey trap. I'm sure she's going to explain.
He was a nuclear technician, an Israeli, but he was also a peace activist. He did not believe in weapons of mass destruction. So when he was working in that capacity and discovered that Israel was in fact building weapons of mass destruction related to the extremely controversial Dimona nuclear facilities, right?
And they were doing this. And this is still not fully acknowledged by the world that Israel has nukes. Do you guys know that? Israel has nukes, but that's not officially known because they're not supposed to have nukes. They really are not supposed to have nukes. Nobody in the Middle East is supposed to have nukes. Israel 100% has nukes. And this guy knew about it.
Right? The nuclear facilities that for a long time they claimed they totally didn't have. He tried everything in his capacity to alert the world to what they were building. He took pictures and then he took the information that he had, unfortunately, to Robert Maxwell's Mirror publications. And rather than doing what he should have done as a British citizen, sensing a threat to the UK, a threat and saying, hey, they are building a nuclear stockpile, he alerted the Israelis. Robert Maxwell decided to take that information.
Okay, so this is the thing. This is not known either, but this is from the guy Ari Ben Menashe, who is another Mossad officer. And I don't even think that that's confirmed, but he claims to be a former Mossad officer, Ari Ben Menashe. And he's the guy that says that Maxwell, once Vanunu came to the Mirror publication to be like, Israel's building nukes, that's when Maxwell was like, Israel, send this guy a honeypot. Send this guy a hot lady who pretends to love him so that you guys can trap him and whatever, bring him to Israel. That's what this guy from Mossad says. And again, I would be very skeptical about anything somebody from Mossad says because, again, the job description is you need to be an evil liar. So I would not be saying it like this. And it's known that he was the guy that turned him in. And it's like, it makes sense. He's there. There is one guy that says that happened, but that guy isn't even confirmed to be an Israeli Mossad agent. And if he is, that isn't even reason to believe him. And like, you know what I mean? So I'm a little bit, I wouldn't say it like this.
He alerted the Israelis. Robert Maxwell decided to take that information and alert the Israelis that this guy was defecting. And what did the Israelis do? Well, they lured Vanunu to Italy.
This is crazy.
And then they drugged him. And then they abducted him.
Oh, she's not going to get into the honeypot at all? Hang on now. Or maybe I'll start to open a new tab. Yeah, Mount of Olives, I don't need that anymore. Vanunu. No, Vanunu. Mordecai, right? What's his name? Mordecai. Vanunu. Yeah, because how did they get him? He left his job. He started attending Israeli Communist Party meetings. He moved in with Judy Zimet, an American midwife. After accompanying Zimet and her sister on a tour around Israel. Oh, come on. Where's the part where this is, abduction. Hang on. I think I'm thinking of the same guy. I'm going to be embarrassed if he didn't get honeypotted and I'm completely thinking of somebody else. God. Being transported, holding him prisoner, Noga. Yes, okay. Through constant surveillance and analysis by Mossad expert and Freudian psychologists, it was agreed that Vanunu, though lonely and somewhat socially challenged, was still eager and fit for female companionship. Masquerading as an American tourist beauty named Cindy, Israeli Mossad agent Cheryl Ben Tov befriended Vanunu, and on September 30th, 1986, persuaded him to fly to Rome with her on holiday, leaving the next day. This has been portrayed as a honey trap operation where, what do you mean it's been portrayed? Isn't that like the textbook example of one? Whereby an intelligent agent employs seduction to gain the target's trust, a practice which has been officially approved in Israel. That's what it is. Why is it saying this has been portrayed as? Am I missing something? They looked at him, they're like, this guy's a loser, but he's horny and lonely. Let's send him a hot lady to pretend to love him. They can like hook up and he's going to act like make stupid decisions. She's going to say, hey, come with me to Italy. And then once he gets to the hotel room, we're going to like jump out of the closet and put him in handcuffs and take him to Tel Aviv. Anyway. So yeah, that's what happened to the guy. Is it? Yeah, they're portrayed to have nukes. Yeah. That's a weird way to say it. It's like, seems like every other sentence before and after that one's like, no, that is what that is. So like, anyway. All right.
We transported him to Israel and ultimately just
I can't believe she skipped that part. That's the craziest part of it to me.
Convicted him in a trial that was held behind closed doors. Yeah. The only democracy in the Middle East. Vanunu then spent 8...
that's her going off book for a second. Imagine what Alex Jones would have done with that beat. The only democracy. Like, she can barely do it. And then she's back on script.
The only democracy in the Middle East. Vanunu then spent 18 years in prison, including more than 11 of those years in solitary confinement. He is still being harassed by the Israeli government to this day, who view him as a traitor. What are you going to do? That's what it means to be friends with Robert Maxwell. Ever the negotiator.
We don't even know that they met, but he went to the Daily Mirror to give information about Israeli news. We know that. And Ari Ben-Menashe claims that it was him that turned him in, but we don't even know. We don't know.
However, Robert Maxwell also played mediator between Edgar Bronfman Sr. I want to remember his name, Edgar Bronfman Sr. At this point in time, he was the president of the World Jewish Congress, and Maxwell was playing mediator between him and the Soviet authorities during what came to be known as the Refusnik crisis. Essentially, suddenly Israel wanted to get a lot of their people out of Russia. Russia was refusing to allow these people to all just go to Israel. And he then plays negotiator and makes it happen. He later partnered, this is Robert Maxwell, partnered with the Soviets to take over the pharmaceutical company Teva. And then he also takes ownership of the Jerusalem Post in Israel, where he already controlled the right-wing Daily Maariv publications in Israel. That all took place in 1989, right? What you could say, looking at that, is that the appearance of the outward world was that he was a hotshot publisher who was just expanding his portfolio. Now he's in pharmaceuticals, and he's picking up other publications. Now they're in Israel. Truly, he was in his prime. Unfortunately, however, on November 5th, 1991, Robert Maxwell's naked body was found floating in the Atlantic Ocean off the Canary Islands, where he had been enjoying himself on his yacht, a yacht named the Lady Ghislaine. Interesting, because he has 9 kids, but he decided to name this yacht after Ghislaine.
Oh, yeah. Well established. Ghislaine was his favorite child, for sure. Right? Alex Jones was more engaging. I don't really get the appeal with her, you know? I guess it's just content. And I think she speaks to a largely female audience, which is very different from Alex Jones. I think that a lot of people who watch Candace are women. Women have always been pilled, by the way. Women have always been some of the most conspiratorial people. Really, really underrated how pilled women are in general. But she does a lot of like celebrity gossip and stuff that maybe brings in that audience. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just used to Alex Jones's much more, bloviating like gregariousness that I find it hard to sit through these.
A few weeks after his death, a $560 million hole.
She's doing it in a gossipy way. Yeah, no, Goblin Queen nailed it earlier that she's saying this shit about Robert Maxwell like she's a mean girl who just found out that someone went to fat camp or something like that. That is exactly how she sounds.
Was discovered in the Mirror's pension fund. Oops. Yeah, I was running it by robbing it. It's going to be a common theme when we get into what Epstein was up to. The British investigative journalist.
Can't wait to find out how this one happens. Okay, Robert Maxwell dies in 1991, the same year that Ghislaine meets Epstein. No evidence Robert Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein ever met. But okay, so how is he the guy that made Epstein possible? Let's find out.
Gordon Thomas and Martin Dillon explained how his death came about. They say that Maxwell sealed his fate when he threatened Mossad leadership. He threatened to
Okay, yeah, look, she is going there. So, I mean, that would be an example of him not being loyal to Israel, right? So is she going to say that didn't happen?
Disclose certain operations that they were a part of, unless they helped him save his media empire, because then people were realizing this business is not doing so well. What's going on? He was feeling the pressure, and he's like, hey, come on. I gave you $560 million, maybe more, okay? Give me something to save my company, or else, I gave you this slush fund. Come on, have some decency. And they didn't have the decency to do that. Instead, they deemed that Maxwell was too dangerous. And so the Mossad leadership allegedly ordered his assassination 3 months later. No biggie, though. No hard feelings, because they did still show up to his funeral. They wanted to show their appreciation for all of his work, his commitment. So on November 8th, 1991 in Jerusalem, they held a funeral for him on the Mount of Olives. It was attended by the cream of the Israeli intelligence pie. There was no fewer than...
The cream of the pie. Is that what you said? Is that an expression? The cream of the pie? You put cream on pie?
It was attended by the cream of the Israeli intelligence pie. There was no fewer than 6 service heads that were...
She really is not... She does not have the improv skills that Alex Jones has and the ability to go off book. The cream of the Israeli intelligence pie, not just the Israeli intelligence pie, the Israeli prime minister and president. The Israeli president gave the eulogy, that's not just Israeli intelligence. That's Israeli, leadership.
Politicians, including Chaim Herzog, Ehud Olmert, Shimon Peres, and the
Shimon Peres,
current at that time prime minister,
and President
Shamir, who delivered the eulogy, by the way.
Right.
Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir delivered the eulogy. And in his eulogy, he celebrated Robert Maxwell as the man who...
Robert Maxwell. Is that what you said? He celebrated Robert Maxwell.
Eulogy. And in his eulogy, he celebrated Robert Maxwell as the...
Yeah, she did say that. Robert Maxwell. She can't improvise and she can't read off a teleprompter. But somehow she's got how many freaking subscribers does Candace Owens have? 5.98 million. How is that possible? Candace Owens does make me question the 6 million figure. Wow, it's true what they said.
As the man who did more for Israel than we can explain today. Then they had a prayer, which was...
Owens is more educated than Jones. It's also estrogen versus testosterone levels, whiskey versus wine, pink pilled and T-maxing. Yeah, I guess there's something about that. I don't want to get too, gender essentialists here, but I think that I think that explains some of the difference, but fuck, it's one of those things. I heard somebody saying Vin Von Voom, a lot of the current swath of Daily Wire people, I just do not get the appeal of. Ben Shapiro, I get, but Matt Walsh. See, I'm surprised to hear you say you get Ben Shapiro. Shapiro's always been to me. I'm like, how does anybody watch this guy? He's annoying. He's clearly not that smart. He's a dumb guy doing an impression of a smart guy. How do people watch this? I get Alex Jones. I get Rush Limbaugh. I get, Bill O'Reilly, I get. Even I don't know, Sean Hannity is an idiot, but he's somewhat entertaining to watch, I guess. Tucker Carlson, yeah, I can see the appeal. But so many of these guys, just who the fuck watches this? You know, like Tim Pool. Tim Pool is not fun to watch. Who else? Matt Walsh. I mean, I don't think he's the worst, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Read by Samuel Picer.
It's just I think the right wing is just starved for people. They're just starved for people to voices, pundits, whatever you call this type of thing. So they'll take anybody, whether they're good or not. And Candace, I mean, she may not be the most entertaining, like charismatic, naturally gifted broadcaster, but she is saying the most insane shit right now. So, she's got that going for her. Whereas Alex Jones was saying insane shit and was entertaining. So he had kind of two things at once. But also maybe it is that whiskey versus wine thing. And maybe I, as a white man, am not fully appreciating the appeal here.
That is also another name that you should remember. We'll get into that. So you got Samuel Picer because he's going to be relevant. Pizer. He was
I don't think I know who that guy is.
Robert Maxwell's lawyer and business representative in France. Okay. But then
France. Okay, suspicious.
Kind of held the same position later for Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, really?
Anyways, enough about Robert Maxwell. This brings me to Ghislaine Maxwell. She really was...
What? That's enough about Robert Maxwell? But you haven't even told me how he made Epstein possible. All right.
The apple of her daddy's eye. Loved him so much. He loved her back so much so that he names that yacht after her, like I said. So let's get into some interesting facts about her and her upbringing. And according to the press, ostensibly, the story about her kind of shifted depending on when you checked the press. At various times, they told us that she was an interior designer. Sometimes they told us that she was a socialite. Sometimes they told us that she was an internet operator, whatever that is. It's all very confusing. Factually, what I can tell you is that Ghislaine Noël Marion Maxwell was born on Christmas Day of 1961, December 25th. And she was born in France at the Maison Lafitte.
She's born on Christmas, and yet... Wouldn't that make the Christians like her? Wouldn't you think Candace Owens would be like, maybe she isn't evil?
She spent her childhood very well-to-do, very wealthy, at Headington Hill Hall, which is a casual 53-room palace, Italian mansion thing that's rented from the Oxford municipality by her family. She is the youngest of 9 children. Back in 2003, so this was before Jeffrey Epstein was ever charged for any crimes, the Evening Standard published an interesting article about Ghislaine. They were discussing how she settled in New York after her father's death, how she was picking up her own life. And they wrote this. They wrote, quote, Ghislaine has expanded her social surface, largely thanks to what the real estate developer Epstein has done for her. She has become the queen of the billionaire social circuit. They also wrote, quote, Jeffrey only likes billionaires and very young women.
So here's how I'll say, like, yeah, actually, I can see why you might say Robert Maxwell made Epstein possible, because I think that Epstein, he grew up poor. He grew up Coney Island, working class family, and he was a con artist who was able to scam his way into job after job without having the necessary, relevant experience or ability. And he was just so good at doing that he was able to climb the kind of ladder of success at Bear Stearns and whatever, even his job at the high school, Dalton. But when he met Ghislaine, she actually did grow up wealthy and elite in Britain. And she knew much more about how this world of people thought and moved, and how to really game that system. And she was able to be like, all right, Epstein, there's just simple shit, like make sure you eat with this fork first or something like that, table etiquette, as well, because this guy was also kind of a slob and didn't know what to wear, how to eat, how to behave. She helped him out with that, and she was also very charismatic herself. She was great at, everybody loved her. She was funny at parties, going out and introducing him to people. She had her father's connections. He loved that. And I think also because Robert Maxwell was so mysterious and actually cultivated mystery, He wanted to be thought of as mysterious and secretive. Robert Maxwell wanted to be thought of as a guy who had a lot of secrets. And, a lot of the speculation about his life is only possible because he was like that. Well, Epstein was like that too. Epstein liked to be mysterious. He loved it when people thought he was CIA. Sometimes he would tell people, "Oh, I'm CIA." Sometimes he'd tell people I was in the Marines. Sometimes he loves to make up a bunch of different things. Maybe, I'm not saying he wasn't CIA. Maybe he was, I don't know. But I know he wasn't all of the things he claims to be. And I think that when he got connected to Ghislaine Maxwell, he knew that people might be like, "Oh my God, isn't that Robert Maxwell's daughter? Wait, is Epstein connected to Mossad and KGB and MI, like British intelligence? Is he in that world now too?" Like, he knew people would think that, and he liked that. If you look at all of Epstein's like girlfriends, all of his close, girlfriends and people who he, not just his victims, but people who he would go out in public with, they were all like really interesting women. Women that made him look interesting and elite and like cool by association. And, like you got like Ava Anderson was like a model, like beauty queen. And what was she had like a PhD in, I don't know, some kind of something. I forget what, but she was like a very impressive person. And like all of these women he would go out in public with were very interesting people. Chelina Middlefart was a beautiful like model, and she was an heiress to like $1 billion like Swedish fortune. Then you've got Ghislaine. She's impressive in this way, and she helps Epstein in this way. So I think that like it's funny that there's so much meat to digging into this Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein stuff, and there's so many possible connections that you can do. Part of me wonders if like that's something that Epstein knew about the whole time and liked and like wanted to make sure that that became he wanted people talking about him like that. And now that he like Robert Maxwell died mysteriously. So like there's just so much speculation that can be done. Yeah, no, it's quite interesting anyway.
And uses Ghislaine as his social pimp.
Yes, Wim van Wim. He's an international man of mystery, literally. That was one of the first articles written about him. Was that New York Magazine, I think? That's how he wanted to be seen.
That is very telling. And that same article elsewhere mentions that there were rumors that, quote, the bizarre parties held at Maxwell's house where she invites a dozen young girls, then brandishes a whip and teaches them how to enhance their sexual performance, end quote. But again, this was 2003, so Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine were just getting away with so much. They were just outwardly, I guess, allowing journalists to know what they were into, and they are into some weird stuff. Back to Ghislaine, because she is the daughter of a Mossad agent. There's no question about that.
There is a question about that, Candace. There is a question about that. A Mossad agent, you think? Maxwell? Like, I don't think so. I think, I always try to be careful, right? Like I'm maybe, and I know people find this annoying about me. I'm like, well, I don't know for sure. And they're like, just say it. But like, I do think he was an asset for Mossad or for Israel in general, like Israel, whatever, State Department, International Affairs. I do think that that's true. But to say he was an agent, there's no question about that. There are many questions about that. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Robert Maxwell was her father, and the Mossad does not deny that Robert Maxwell was an agent, and therefore the most obvious link between Epstein and the Mossad would be Ghislaine. But currently, we are being told by the media, by the mocking Israel puppets, by Israel's former prime minister who's come out against Tucker Carlson on X, that it is ridiculous to suggest that Epstein could have been working for the Mossad. There is no evidence.
Yeah, no, I think that I'm kind of with Candace on that one, that it is not ridiculous to say that he was working for the Mossad. It seems almost like a foregone conclusion at this point. He was at least doing some work for the Mossad or favors for the Mossad, or saw a way to help the Mossad, that the Mossad could help him if he did them favors. But again, Epstein was too big to be an agent. Like Epstein and Maxwell were like they were much too big to do that. You know,
that is anti-Semitic. What happened to Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, bro? This is like, I don't even know. Newspeak.
Can you imagine how much more fun that impression would be if it was Alex Jones? Anyway.
This is them doing that thing where they delete history right as it's happening and think that nobody's going to go backwards and take a look at what actually happened, or if there was maybe somebody who told us that Epstein was working with Robert Maxwell. Because the news story that's...
Wait, what? Okay, that's all right. Let's hear.
Emerging is that Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell met in the 90s, right?
Well, that's not a new story. That's when they met, 91.
So they're saying that new story because Robert Maxwell was already dead. That thereby deletes any possibility that Epstein could have been connected to the Mossad via Robert Maxwell.
She's acting like that's just a brand new thing. Like, this is the timeline. As far as I've been able to establish, and I have looked through a lot of stuff, and anytime I found like an earlier time that they've met, I'd be like, oh, wow, oh, this is crazy. But like, I believe 91, I've never seen anything that suggests anything like, like credible, receipt that suggests that Ghislaine and Epstein met any earlier than 91.
Really just genuinely met Ghislaine Maxwell in the 90s. And I really hate to destroy that narrative. Actually, I'm lying. I don't really hate to destroy that narrative. I actually...
Please do. I would love to hear it.
Just hate liars. But here we go.
All right.
This is a guy I'd like to introduce you to. His name is Ari Ben Minash.
I knew she was going to get to this guy. And this is a guy I mentioned earlier. This motherfucker, he's not, we don't even know that he's a Mossad agent, but he is where a lot of the shit with, Epstein and Maxwell come in. All right, okay, let's hear.
He's a man who claimed to have had several meetings with Jeffrey Epstein in Robert Maxwell's office all throughout the 80s. Like a decade before the media is telling you Ghislaine met Epstein. Ari Ben Minash would certainly know, considering he worked for the Mossad, and he even spent time in prison due to his work for the Mossad because he got caught being an agent for Israel. So I'm going to show you this clip, and credit here to the work.
Huh? Wait, why did that go silent?
Podcast called Narrative.
What the heck happened? Hang on, why did it do that?
Israel. So I'm going to show you this clip, and credit here to the work.
Editing glitch or something? That's weird.
Podcast called Narrative, and he interviewed Ari Ben Minash in 2019. I'm going to show you a couple of these clips. If you're listening to this on audio, it might be difficult for you to decide.
Yeah, I think Ari Ben Minash, is that how you say his name? Ari Ben Minash? But I don't know. But this guy's, like, I've heard interviews with, Tara Palmieri interviewed him, I think, for The Power, the Maxwell's podcast. Like, this guy's, he does interviews. Yeah, it's not super rare, but let's hear.
Cipher, if you're not
I haven't heard this one.
Along, but it's okay because I'm going to break down everything after. Here is the first clip. And again, this is Ari, who is speaking with Zalev. Take a listen.
So Maxwell introduces you. He says, here's this young guy. Yeah. And did he go by the name Jeffrey Epstein or did he go by a different name?
I don't remember. Because it says voice of Ari Ben, and that's not him. That's not him talking.
Epstein,
now it's
Jeff Epstein. Okay. Because he had a different passport that he was traveling in and out of.
That's right. Yeah, but that came later.
Okay. So he says to you, here's this guy Jeffrey Epstein who I know from around.
Mm-hmm. And your Israeli bosses have approved.
Oh, okay.
Already approved.
So it came down from up above. So what did he do? Can you say what he did for you? Or like what kind of work did you guys do together?
No, he didn't do anything.
Oh, so you met him and that was it?
I met him a few times in Maxwell's office. That was it.
And did he do any arms deals for anybody else that you were aware of?
Not that I know.
Because there was the, I guess it was an
he didn't.
MI5 operation.
He wasn't very competent. He didn't seem to be a competent guy. He didn't seem to be. But he was a good-looking guy. And Miss Maxwell.
Ghislaine, yeah.
Fell for him.
Early in the 80s.
So he is describing how he met Jeffrey Epstein in Robert Maxwell's office.
So now all of a sudden Candace believes what the Mossad's agent says, or at least the guy who claims to be a Mossad agent. Hang on, let me look this up. Am I being unfair? Ari Ben Menash. Israeli Canadian, a little bit of CanCon in here. He was previously an employee of Israel's Military Intelligence Directorate. He lives in Montreal. Dang, I should get him. I should have him over. We can do like a joint podcast. Born in Iran, Iraqi Jews, his parents, blah, 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 blah. Sorry, wait, what am I looking for? Was he Israeli intelligence? He joined Military Intelligence Directorate. I happened to be the right guy at the right time. I spoke Persian, Arabic, English. I knew the United States. All right. Is there anything about Mossad? Yes. So he does talk a lot about Iran-Contra. Ben Menash revealed the as of then unproven story to Time magazine. Okay, so that did become true, I guess. The information he gave me was earth-shaking, and it was later corroborated by Congress. Congress, however, described Ben Menash's testimony in their investigation as not credible. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. So he seems like he was on the... Oh, yeah, what was this thing about Zimbabwe? He did help to kill the Mugabe, right? Is that it? Oh, wait, that's not right. Not Mugabe, wait. The leader of Zimbabwe's opposition party asked him to help eliminate President Robert Mugabe. That's intense. He produced a videotape of conversations with this guy in London, Montreal, asking for his help as a political consultant. Unknowns to him, his consultancy firm was working for Mugabe. Tapes of the conversation were passed to the Zimbabwean authorities, charging him with treason. Right. And then the argument was, he was like, I said eliminate. I didn't mean assassinate. I just meant like, can you please move him out of the way? Hired by Paul LaRue, an international drug lord and DEA informant born in former Rhodesia, to lobby the Zimbabwe government to grant leases to Zimbabwean farmlands. Cool, great. Sounds like a good guy. Anyway, sorry, skipping all over this. So he claimed he gave Seymour Hersh information about Israel's nuclear program, fled to Australia. But like, so far I haven't seen anything about Mossad. Like, I thought that was something that wasn't proven. So this is the first one here. This is the first mention of Mossad in his Wikipedia. Sorry that I don't have a better source than this right now, but I claimed Robert Maxwell was a Mossad agent. He tipped off the Israeli embassy in 1986 about the Israeli nuclear. This is the thing we were talking about before, about Mordecai Vanunu. Right. I think I mentioned like that was the source for that claim, and it's not fully. He claimed that Maxwell had been assassinated by Mossad. Daily Mirror's foreign editor Nicholas Davies worked for Mossad, was involved in Vanunu affair. For some reason, Nicholas Davies also has a Epstein connection. Interesting. Literary career, controversy. Yeah, okay, so it doesn't really say in here, but so he was part of Israeli intelligence. That doesn't necessarily mean Mossad, though. Mossad's like a specific department in it. I don't know. Let me just try typing this to DuckDuckGo. Was what's his name? Ari Ben Menashi Mossad. Was he Mossad? Was he Mossad? Oh, factually.co. Finally, an unbiased source. Repeatedly and publicly claimed to have worked for Israeli intelligence. Many outlets have described him as a former Mossad. However, Israeli authorities have denied these claims. I mean, they would, though. They would. The thing is, even if he is Mossad, that doesn't mean that everything he says is believable and should be just swallowed down without question. In fact, I would say the opposite, right? Like, but I don't know. I mean, like, who the fuck knows? Someone should make a biopic about Vanunu 100%. 100%. Like, this is a guy who got fucked by literally by Israeli fucking honey trap and spent like 20 years in jail or whatever, something, solitary confinement. Like, and he was trying to do the right thing. He was trying to warn the world about nuclear, weapons being owned by Israel. I'm sure lots of Navy intelligence guys have some idea what the CIA is up to. For sure, yeah, definitely. definitely true. Widgie, I don't know why your messages keep being retracted, and I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on there. Sometimes that'll happen. I don't know why.
And he is making it clear that he was with Ghislaine. He thinks Ghislaine loved Jeffrey Epstein. And I'm going to let you listen to it.
Well, okay, yeah. Everybody knows that. Epstein didn't love Ghislaine, but that there does seem to be at least a one-sided romance going on.
Another clip where he describes how both Jeffrey Epstein...
Yeah, like some of the shit that he did is real. He's almost like a Steve Pachenik type, Stevie P, as they call him on Knowledge Fight. Like, you look in his backstory, some genuinely impressive shit, also involving killing, foreign leaders. But you know, a lot of the other shit, I feel like, because I've never seen anywhere any credible evidence for a lot of the shit he says about Ghislaine and Epstein and even the Robert Maxwell stuff. It's kind of makes sense, but I'm also like, or are you just trying to sell books and get some attention for yourself? It's a little hard to say.
Epstein and Ghislaine were agents for Israel. Take a listen.
She got involved with Israeli intelligence together with him.
Right.
But not in this honest deal, in Iran or business.
Would you say she was an agent as well? Was she someone working for Israeli intelligence?
Oh, definitely.
Military intelligence as well?
Yes.
And when that happens, because I have no idea how that world works, so I'm learning a little.
When was he in the Israel Military Intelligence Directorate? 1977. And by 1992, he was revealing their secrets. I don't know when he left. He served until 1987. So how would he know? I guess it would have been in 87 or earlier that he's saying that Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were working together for Israel. I don't know.
It happened by accident.
That's much earlier than we have evidence for.
Do you get orders and you have to do certain things, or is it more like...
No, you get projects. What really happened, my take on it, and the later thing, is that these...
Here, I actually have... I have this noted in my... when I was listening to the Todd Blanche interview. Not that that's super reliable. All these people are not really to be trusted. But here's Ghislaine saying, sometime in 1991, we're in 1991, I met him at his offices in Madison Square Garden. I think the most memorable thing I can think of is this is Epstein. He was wearing a tie. Sorry, I'll do the Ghislaine voice, which he didn't often do. It had a giant, seemed like a ketchup stain on it. So I was like, wow, okay, that was how we met. Todd Blanche, was your meeting at this office for you to meet him just personally, or were you there for, I was just work-related reasons? No, I knew nothing about him. Okay. He just invited me to come and have tea. And I was like, tea? That's English. Okay. But what was unusual was in his offices. So I went to his offices and we met, and I found him very engaging, and that was that. And now as she goes into Robert Maxwell, with respect to your father, there have been multiple questions about whether he worked for any intelligence agency. I think, well, certainly my father had a background in intelligence because he was, I believe he did in the Second World War. How do you not know this, Ghislaine? He was a British intelligence officer. I think that my sort of belief is that once you've been an intelligence officer, you're kind of always, it doesn't matter that you're formally employed. So I don't think my dad was in any formal sense employed by any agency. But when you are a very significant businessman and politician, as my father was, you meet with people over time and you, I guess, trade business or ideas. I think if that would fall under that definition, that's how I would get. So it's like, it's a little awkward because he's like, Todd Blanche doesn't really know that much about the case. He's like, so was your dad a spy? And she's like, well, yes, it's well known. My father was a spy for Britain, yes. But he really should be asking, did he work for Mossad? Does he work for Israel? And this is also interesting about Epstein and what's it called? Robert Maxwell. So Todd Blanche, did your father and Mr. Epstein have a business relationship over the years? Ghislaine, they never met. So I know they never met. they just categorically, I know they never met, because he keeps interrupting and be like, wait, they never met? Yes, categorically, I know they never met. Well, because in 1991, just before my father died, he asked me if I'd met anybody interesting or whatever, because I was still trying not to be sucked back into the family business. Now, that's what Ghislaine Maxwell said. Unreliable person who's lying throughout this interview to get herself out of jail. Todd Blanche, also unreliable person, Donald Trump's personal attorney who's now fucking acting attorney general, whatever. That's a different story. Now, we've also got another unreliable person, Steve Hoffenberg, who worked with Epstein at Towers Financial, who said that who disagrees with what Ghislaine said there. And he says that so this is an article that's about an interview, I guess, with Hoffenberg. So Hoffenberg worked with Epstein at Towers Financial, pulled off at that time the largest ever Ponzi scheme in American history. Later, that record would be beaten by Bernie Madoff. So this guy is also like a evil, a liar. Okay, like a criminal who is not. Like a professional con man who hated Jeffrey Epstein because Epstein was able to completely get away with it somehow. We don't really know why Epstein was able to completely get away with it. He claims that Epstein was the guy who did everything. It was his idea to do the Ponzi scheme. He organized the whole thing. He did everything. So, I'm not sure we can believe everything this guy says. But according to him, when the British media mogul Robert Maxwell threw a party in New York named for his... Okay, well, this is true. Donald Trump did party on the Lady Ghislaine with Robert Maxwell. There's photos of him at a party in 1989. Just scanning here. Where's the part where Hoffenberg? Hang on. Hoffenberg. Okay. Trump liked Epstein, but he was crazy about Maxwell. A very charming lady, Stephen Hoffenberg, a Trump acquaintance who was a one-time business partner of Epstein. That's skipping over a lot of things here, but Trump appeared fond of Robert Maxwell. Adler pitched Trump on it. Okay. According to, here we go. This is it. This is what I was looking for. According to Hoffenberg, it was Robert Maxwell who first introduced his daughter to Epstein in the late 1980s. During the 90s, Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein were romantically involved. She was also responsible for managing Epstein's various households, blah, 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 blah. Hoffenberg said in an interview this month that in the early 1990s, Ghislaine Maxwell became friendly with Trump's first wife, Ivana, who was also Czechoslovakian. So Ivana and, Robert Maxwell got along. And that's something that Robert Maxwell really liked about Trump. Oh, his wife's Czechoslovakian like me. But no, I'm sorry. I'm looking for stuff in here. There are substantial interactions like this part. Anyway, okay. So I guess only a small part of this is about how, this is a big claim, but this is what Hoffenberg says as well, that Robert Maxwell introduced his daughter to Epstein in the late 1980s. And then we've got, so Hoffenberg, not necessarily the most reliable guy. Then we've got Ari Ben Menashe. I mean, this is the thing that Candace Owens is showing us, but looking for Robert Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein had known each other since the mid-1980s, and they were introduced to one another by none other than Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine's dear old dad. Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein met in the early 80s, said Ari Ben Menashe, a former agent in Israeli military intelligence who was Robert Maxwell's supervisor, or in layman's terms, a handler, which would make Robert Maxwell an asset, not an agent. Robert Maxwell was working for Israeli intelligence. He was an operative for quite a long, long time. He was a senior operative, as a matter of fact, for the Israeli government. He's an operative, okay? It's weird that he's saying that she was an agent. That's quite different. Anyway, so this is where this comes from, right? He wanted his future, Robert Maxwell wanted his future son-in-law to have a good job. So Robert Maxwell introduced Epstein to several people in Israeli intelligence, just recruiters, but he finally made his way to Ehud Barak, who was at the time director of military intelligence. Now, I would say this has been sort of disproven. Oh my God, get out of here, man. A little pop-up. Because when you look at the emails between Ehud Barak and Epstein, by the way, we have all of Ehud Barak's emails and most of Epstein's emails. And we have all of the emails that they had together, I think, when we have a lot of them. And it seems like it's funny because it seems like Epstein knows a lot more about Mossad than Ehud Barak does, who like lives in Israel and was the president. Like he like, Ehud's like, can you introduce me to this guy? Can you do this? Can you do, like, it doesn't seem like Epstein worked his way up under Ehud Barak. That really doesn't seem to be the case, but that's what Ari Ben-Menashe was claiming. Oh boy, I could go. I have like so many things here. I don't really need to go into all these, but I just kind of want to give you guys an idea of like how exactly sketchy this all is. You know, this is not, this is far from proven. This is not a like solid thing. And Ari Ben-Menashe is not a reliable source. You know, he's a guy, he's a player. It seems like he did some important things for Israeli intelligence. Don't get me wrong. Seems like he had information on Iran-Contra before it, you know, was publicly known. You know, but at the same time, I can't believe everything this guy says because a lot of it doesn't make sense to me, and I haven't found any, you know, information about that. But I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I think she's 100% right about this, Finland, both about rich, powerful people in general. Sorry, I don't know if you're talking about, you mean Guylain's right about once you're in intelligence, you're always there. Yeah, it's right. It's like, like intelligence is in a lot of ways, it's like the mob, you know, it's like, it is a secret society. Like you can't really leave. But yeah, and yeah, about rich, powerful people in general. Oh yeah. So frustrating, that interview, always asking Guylain the wrong questions. I mean, maybe her father did have a former relationship with Mossad. I think that's likely. Like, I would say, I think that's true. I just don't believe all the stuff Ari Ben-Menashe is saying. You know? Is there any independent evidence that Ivana knew Maxwell? I don't know. Oh, Robert Maxwell? Yes, I think so. I mean, they would have at least... Was Ivana at that party on the Lady Guylain, maybe? Did any of their emails discuss when they first met? Was the first document? Oh, you're sorry. You're talking about Epstein and Barak. Well, Ehud Barak claims it wasn't until like 2000 and something like that, but I don't know. I would say probably earlier. But I'm not sure. I think that I don't quite remember at the top of my head, but I know that Dropsite has done some work on this, trying to find out like the timeline here. What's the first documented time Epstein and Barak knew each other? I think the first documented time that we know is the 2000s. But very possible that they met earlier. They had people in common. Anyway, all right. Sorry, gang. Let's keep going.
Guys,
we're almost done.
Were seen as agents.
These guys were seen as agents.
They weren't really competent to do very much.
Oh, okay.
And so
he's talking about Guylain here.
They found a niche for themselves, blackmailing American and other political figures.
For the Israelis?
Yeah.
So it's hard for people to understand why Israel would want to get blackmail on an American. I'm asking a question that I can answer it quite probably, but you know, for most people, it's hard for them to think about Israel as being blackmailing.
I just want to make sure you know.
Their leaders in the United States. It's a very...
It was quite their MO. See, sleeping around is not a crime. Maybe embarrassing, but not a crime. But sleeping with underage girls is a crime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably true. I think that, yeah, Israel has done blackmail operations like that. I think that that's an interesting thing to think about with Epstein, whatever. Yeah. No worries, Finland. Yeah, glad to see you for a little bit, and peace. Enjoy your dog food for your dog. Sure thing. I know what a made up excuse is when I hear it.
It's a lot to unpack. Okay, so
they're leaders in the United States. I mean, yeah,
he is telling us first and foremost that Epstein did not seem like a very competent guy. That's incredible because that lets us know the hand of Midas was upon him. We've discussed And we will again discuss.
So I didn't quite get this because this is the second time she said the hand of Midas. And the first time was when she was claiming that the Mossad had like funded Robert Maxwell's purchase of, what was it? Pergamon Press or whatever. And so the hand of Midas, I guess, is like her is like kind of an anti-Semitic, like whatever phrase for her, where it means that it seems like they're like he can't do no wrong, but it's the hand of Midas, meaning Israeli, like Jewish money going to him, which I mean, maybe that isn't always anti-Semitic. Israeli money does go towards things, political campaigns, entire careers are built off of, money from the Israeli lobby. But yeah, hand of Midas. I hadn't heard that term used that way before, but I think she uses. It seems like she uses it to specifically mean, Israel.
Epstein's incredible career. Yeah, just like Emmanuel Macron, he was a savant. But this guy who was working for Israeli intelligence.
Okay, so Emmanuel Macron also is a hand of Midas. So maybe not. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it's just funding. In which case, I have no issue with that phrase. And yeah, the hand of Midas does loom large in our society. You don't have to be competent. You just have to have like infinite money and you will get shit done.
And says he wasn't a competent guy. He was a good-looking guy. Tells us Ghislaine Maxwell fell in love with him because of that reason, he thinks. But no, Jeffrey Epstein was, according to him, a part of the Maxwell family business. And his theory is that perhaps Robert Maxwell thought that he would be a good fit for his daughter. And he's telling us that at this time, Epstein was traveling back and forth between London and the Middle East, and he would often pass by Robert Maxwell's office. This interview is very long, and we are going to link it below so that you can watch it in its entirety. According to Ari Ben-Menashe, Ghislaine Maxwell would accompany her father often, and she was involved, at least to some extent, in his intelligence activities. Now,
it's all about the Benjamin Netanyahu's, baby. Yeah. Yeah. Song by Diddy. I forgot about that too. Dang, another connection.
Menashe is very clearly stating that they found a niche. The two of them were not confident, but they found a niche, and that was collecting blackmail on American politicians, that they were able to do this. They were facilitating this blackmail, and therefore they were valuable. They became valuable to the Mossad because they were able to get blackmail. Again, this is coming from Ari Menashe, who is not reliable at all. Now an Israeli-Canadian citizen who worked for the Mossad in arms deals. And that is the reason why he says...
It's crazy that I live in the same town as this guy. I probably passed him on the street and never even knew.
That he met with Epstein in Robert Maxwell's office. Ari Menashe's meeting with Epstein in Robert Maxwell's office in London dates back to the Iran-Contra scandal. Now, you might not remember...
Oh, is that right? Okay, so that's actually like a nickname that Robert Maxwell had. The ability of Robert Maxwell in acquisitions gave him the moniker Midas Touch. I think Candace is trying to be witty about Epstein being handled by Robert. Oh, okay. Interesting. Thanks, Redcock. Yeah, I didn't know that. Good to know.
Remember this. If you're like me, and I'm born in 1989 at the end of the decade, this was a very big scandal.
Candace Owens and I are the same age.
Scandal that happened in the 80s under President...
Oh, I gotta start wearing moisturizer. Jeez, she looks a lot younger than me, eh?
This was a very big scandal that happened in the 80s under President Reagan's administration. And I will give you the details here. Essentially what happened was Iran was under an arms embargo from the United States, meaning we were not going to give Iran any weapons. We weren't going to give them any military equipment because, we can't fund or support terrorist activities in the Middle East. But then suddenly the American government does a 180 on that. They're like, we actually are going to ship some arms to Iran. And the American people are informed that the only reason the government is doing this and the only reason we're going to temporarily remove this embargo is because then we can get back some American hostages. They claim.
I do think that, I can understand why, like, Candace Owens must feel like a breath of fresh air to a lot of conservatives because, like, talking shit about Reagan, she's going into Iran-Contra. Like, where else are they going to hear this shit? Except for listening to like a leftist podcast or something like that. But like, yeah, I guess that's
vaguely good that they're hearing about this.
And Iran would be able to work with their terrorist partners over in Lebanon to give us back our American hostages that were in Lebanon. Okay, 7 hostages the public was told there were 7 hostages that we would then get in return officially. We're justifying this shipment of arms for 7 U.S. hostages that were being held in Lebanon by Hezbollah. Oh, all of the same characters are coming into the story that we're dealing with right now. So except it turned out they kind of maybe lied about that. Another hostage scenario.
I need her to commit to her characters more. You know what I mean? Like I've seen some clips of her go viral where she's acting a little weird. I need her to feel like I need her to crank it up. Go a little bit more towards Alex Jones level. Take some improv classes for real, Candace. If you're watching, take some improv level 1 classes. Get some whatever you got money. Pay some of the whatever conservative. Like whatever comedians to teach you how to do this. I don't know who that would be. Rob Schneider. Yeah, but you gotta be able to do a little bit more than this, and then I think that then we can really crank these numbers up even higher. Like just from saying crazy shit, she's become like an unstoppable force. But imagine how much even more unstoppable she'd be if she. Whoa! You see how my camera just fucked up there? Weird. Oh, excuse me. Anyway, imagine how much more unstoppable she'd be. I already said she was unstoppable, so whatever. She would be a true juggernaut if she could just be a little bit funny and, silly some of the time. Just goof around a little bit, That's what I want. Yes, go to Austin. Start the Austin version of UCB. All right, get Joe Rogan to fund some improv classes. Because you need it. This is the crucial ingredient you're missing. This could take you from you're the modern day Alex Jones, replacement. This could take you from that to you are now a Christ-like figure. You know what I mean? It's so funny to imagine a mothership, but for improv comedy. It's just because improv is so much friendlier and community oriented than stand-up is. They're just all right, now the number 1 rule here is and you're yes and no, it was the Jews. That's where you go. Any suggestion, you need to justify why the Jews are to blame. That's where we're gonna go. All right, we're gonna do some exercises now. Let's do warm-ups. Everybody say one member of the Rothschild family that you don't like. Go around the room. Candace also needs to invite a cadre of weirdos onto her show on a regular basis. 100%. I mean, she kind of does. She does do that. I mean, she has like if you go to her, I don't know, if we go to her clips page, why isn't it opening? That's annoying. But if we do want to go to her clips page, which we do, you can see she has a ton of this guy. This guy is on there all the time. Ian Carroll. He's back, I guess, because he was away he took a few months off, and that's just a video of his from a half hour ago. Maybe we'll watch some of his videos next time. But yeah, we who do we got? Look, what's this guy? Myron Gaines. He was on InfoWars this week as well. Oh, that's 3 months ago. 6 months ago, Norman Finkelstein. Wait, hang on. No, we need Candace Owens clips to get a real sense. Stephen A. Smith, what the hell, 3 days ago was on Candace Owens? What the heck's going on, eh? What's going on with that dude? Candace clips. Dave Smith. I mean, yeah, these are not quite as eclectic and, weird as the guys Alex Jones has on there. Partially because she's more mainstream than Alex Jones was and is. But that somehow is worse. Candace needs to get some weird guys on there that are not famous. That really, I think this is also a good plan for her. Yeah, just generally be more like Alex Jones.
Go down a lot of rabbit holes with this. But what was discovered actually was what they were really doing was just trying to get the American public on the side for a deal for Israel. In reality, they were going to send that shipment to Iran on behalf of Israel because Israel wanted to arm and train militants that were in Nicaragua. So, by way of deception, thou wilt make war, right?
Thou wilt make war.
Really deceptive. They deceived the American public. They wanted the American weapons sent. And then when it came...
What's thou wilt make war? Guys, is anyone more plugged into the beating heart of the Candace Owens movement to know what the hell she's talking about there? Thou wilt make war? Is that like a quote from the Talmud or something? I know the other thing was apparently the secret slogan of Mossad, deception or something like that. What's thou wilt make war? Thou wilt make war.
Time to hide the transaction. So Iran's going to give them cash. Iran was going to give cash for weapons. And they weren't going to give that cash directly to directly to Israel, pardon me. Instead, Iran was going to give that money to Russia. Essentially, this is like they're going to launder the cash they get for the weapons through Russia so that they could get it to arm and train militants in Nicaragua. And you know who helped facilitate that? The whole Russia through Robert Maxwell, of course.
Wow, guys, it's like, have you ever wanted to have Iran-Contra explained to you by like, a middle school teacher who's hungover and bored and also doesn't really understand it and is reading right out of a textbook? Then this is the video for you. Okay, here's how Robert Maxwell was involved.
According to Ari Ben-Menashe, who was a part of the Iran-Contra scandal and went to prison for it, Robert Maxwell was the person who brokered the lucrative deal between the Mossad and the KGB that allowed the Israelis to hide money from the arms sales to Iran.
I don't know that I'd heard that before. I mean, maybe I had. I mean, that does make sense. That does make sense that he would be a guy who'd be able to talk to both. He spoke Russian. He would have been able to do that. He had connections in Israel and in Russia. Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to dismiss that out of hand. I don't know that I'd heard that one before, but all right.
And Ari Ben-Menashe says that Robert Maxwell wanted to involve Epstein in this operation.
And to be fair, Menashe, this is one area that we know he, I guess, did have insider information on.
Ari Ben-Menashe says, quote, "What happened was Maxwell introduced Epstein to us. He wanted us to accept him into our group. But despite Maxwell's insistence, Ben-Menashe claims that Epstein just wasn't competent. And he wasn't accepted by them. He wasn't accepted by him. He wasn't accepted by Nick Davies, who at that time was the foreign editor of the Daily Mirror. He was also involved in this operation. Man, Daily Mirror is just a whole operation going on there. And so, yeah, they just weren't impressed with him. Nevertheless, Ari Ben-Menashe says that Epstein was, in fact, able to develop close ties with several arms dealers. Again, this was in the 80s. So you can dispel the new media story about him having met Ghislaine in the 90s and then be forming a friendship and nothing at all to do with the Mossad. That's just a lie. It is a lie.
Sorry, this has been bugging me and okay, it's over. Sorry, I should have looked this up earlier. How do you pronounce this guy's name?
pronouncenames.com.
Nice, my favorite site.
Ari Ben-Menashe.
Okay, that's what I thought. Menashe. She's always been saying Ari Ben-Menashe. I'm like, have I been saying it wrong? And I got doubting myself. I don't know why I was like, oh, Candace always has the right pronunciation. Robert Maxwell. Anyway, okay, that's good to know. I'm glad that we figured that out because that was bugging me. Myron Gaines really switching up the politics after the Louis Theroux doc, huh? Yeah. Has there been a shift? I mean, he was on kind of a political tilt for a while, right? He's like fucking like it's crazy to have him on Candace Owens' show and still be like she's not anti-Semitic because this guy is like, like full on whatever, wearing KKK robes and talking about playing that like Kanye West Heil Hitler song and shit. Like, I don't know. There used to be at least a little attempt to hide the anti-Semitism among these people, but it seems like there's no effort to do that anymore. Wow. Sorry, I was so concerned with finding how to pronounce this thing. I kind of missed the ending of this. Let me just go back.
So you can dispel the new media story about him having met Ghislaine in the 90s and then be forming a friendship.
No, you can't, Candace. You can't dispel that. You've quoted a famously unreliable guy who claims to work for the very organization that you're saying is untrustworthy. And you didn't even quote Steve Hoffenberg. At least you could have brought him in. Your entire argument rests on the, claims of one guy. You can't, and now you're like, oh, the mainstream media narrative is blah, blah, blah. Listen, I'm not mainstream media. I am genuinely interested in this, and I've looked through a lot of sources of information. I've looked for the earliest photos of Ghislaine and Epstein together. I've looked for so much, I've done a lot of, hours of my life have been devoted to this, figuring out this question. When did they meet? Did they meet in the 80s? Did Robert Maxwell know Epstein? I haven't found anything except for the claims of those two guys and a million other, conspiracy theorists on the internet who have no connection to the case, but are just absolutely sure that this is a Israeli op. And I'm not convinced. And this is a poorly made essay. You haven't made your case here at all. You gave me kind of a drawn out history of Robert Maxwell, which wasn't really important for the argument you were making. Then you quoted Ari Ben Menashe, incorrectly pronouncing his name the whole time. And then we go, to you at the end being like, and now you don't trust the mainstream narrative. And it's like, but you haven't, you are, I am frustrated by this posturing.
And nothing at all to do with the Mossad. That's just a lie. It is.
I mean, I would say that's a lie. Yeah. I would say these guys had something to do with the Mossad, but
they lie.
Anyway, okay. I don't know. Yeah. That was a little bit painful to get through. I don't know. How are we feeling about Candace Owens? I could watch more of her if you guys want. I do find it kind of sleep-inducing. You can learn a lot from watching Candace Owens videos. I learned that I have narcolepsy. Just joking. I don't know. But I just don't feel like she has the juice. I'm sorry. She needs to.
The heck was this guy?
She needs to be more engaging, I guess, for me. Anyway, okay, the man who made Epstein possible. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know. I guess, hey, there's all kinds of different tastes. Mommy, why does the bad man make me consume so much candy? What? Wait, what? What is that? What? I don't know what you mean by that. I'm just going to ignore this. Yeah, Candace Owens is not it, IMO. Right? But she's so big. She's so popular. 183,000 views 8 days ago. This is on her Clips channel. That's not amazing. I mean, she's making good money. Oh, her Clips channel only has 101K subscribers. That's interesting. But her live stream channel has 6 million? There's something going on here, right? Are these numbers pumped up? You think we got some bots in here? If we go to her chat, I don't know. Wow, 1.7 million views on her last stream. Or last video. We go to her live streams. Wow, 21 hours ago, 1.1 million. Jesus Christ. Okay, this is huge. Can I see, is it going to have the chat?
All right, you guys, episode 333.
Okay, a lot more energy here off the top. Maybe this is what I'm missing.
Also hearing that Baron Coleman is number 33 on the Spotify chart. Sorry.
Okay, I'm turning off the audio. I don't want to hear it. But wait, this is live, right? How do I see the live chat? Is that not available? Did they not have a live chat? Oh, it doesn't look like it. Streamed live. Huh. All right. I have no idea. Check out Candy Owens. Oh, I was so confused. I was like, what? Did you mean to put this in the right chat? Like, what does this have to do with anything? Why does Batman make me consume so much candy? Now I see. Candy Owens. Oh, okay. Baron who? Baron Trump? Does Baron Trump have a YouTube? Oh, the most sane conspiracy theorist? Bishop Robert Barron? Should we watch a Sunday sermon of the Bishop Robert Barron? Oh, Baron Coleman? TPUSA takeover. Oh, this is the guy that was just on Candace Owens, right? Wait, hang on. Yeah, this guy, right? Oh, okay, that's what you're saying. A Tale of Two PR Disasters. Blake Lively and Turning Point USA. See, this is what I'm talking about. Like, you know, she's a celebrity gossip and, you know, alt-right conspiracy theories. And her own drama with Ben Shapiro, which that stuff is genuinely interesting. Maybe we should watch some of that. I mean, yeah. I'm just like, I would love to kind of get into, because she has some crazy theories, right? I would love to get into even like her, you know, stuff with Erica Kirk, but it's always like, all right, you want to catch up on her theories about Erica Kirk? All right, you just got to watch 14 hours of video that she put out this week about it. You can skip over the other like 600 hours that she's done in the past 2 months, but like, yeah, I feel like I would have to really commit to it if I wanted to do an investigation of what she believed. Bride of Charlie, episode 8. It's like an hour long. Oh, God. Episode 8, Red Sparrow. She's like holding a gun with red lipstick and she's naked and it looks like she's in a graveyard. And then there's Candace Owens hanging out with Kanye West and Charlie Kirk. What? Are they in heaven or something? Is that why there's all this smoke around? This is so unhinged. It seems like it should be fun to watch too, but it's just not. Oh God. And it's episode 8. Like I got to put a full work shift in if I want to catch up on this. I got to watch 8 hours of Bride of Charlie, and it's called Bride of Charlie. Like that's fun. I love that. It's like based on Bride of Chucky. And yet I feel like it's going to be boring. Oh man, look at all these things. God, this is so fun. This is like AI, I guess. Bride of Charlie. Have no fear, Lori is here. She's like, and I'd like to ruin another random woman's life. While I'm shitting on the heart of a grieving widow, why don't I bring in someone she vaguely knows, Dr. Jerry and Mrs. Hyde. Oh, wait, who's Dr. Jerry? Is that like the true name of, is Erica Kirk's real name Dr. Jerry and she's doing name laundering? What was it she said Maxwell was doing? Oh, the first one's just called A Wrinkle in Time. All right, I don't know. Okay, these text messages are crazy. Oh, and it's also about Erica Kirk. Unpopular opinion, and I'll just say this now. I know this is not a cool thing to think, but I sort of think that, I don't know that, okay, preface this, because I know you guys are going to hate this opinion, but I sort of, like, I don't know that much about Erica Kirk, right? I agree she seems weird. I obviously don't fuck with Charlie Kirk at all. I think that guy, you know, was basically for sale. His opinions were for sale. He didn't truly believe anything. He just kind of was, you know, hey, whoever the highest bidder gets to give me my talking points. That seems to be his whole thing. I don't even think he was really that successful, you know, like I know after he died, he became very useful to the right as this kind of point of outrage that they could use to get people fired and to attack trans people and to attack Israel or whatever who they wanted to. And he sort of became much bigger in death than he ever was in life. I don't think he ever had that much juice either. I think his numbers were juiced as well. But And I think he was a piece of shit, and I don't like him, and you know, whatever. Fuck that guy. R.I.P. Rest in peace. But here's the thing, and I don't know much about Erica Kirk other than that she was married to him. I don't know what her beliefs are, but here's my unpopular opinion. I actually thought when they had that big fucking like, you know, massive like stadium funeral for Charlie Kirk, and everybody's going up there being like, we need, like Benny Johnson was like, we need to kill immigrants or whatever. Everybody was just like, it's the fault of the left. We got to kill people. People will die. You just created 1 million Charlie Kirks. Yada, 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 yada. You know, like that things were intense. The heat was up. Here's the thing. Here's the part you guys are going to be mad at. Really setting you guys up here setting myself up for success. I actually thought when Erica Kirk did her speech there and she was like, I forgive the shooter. I forgive him. I don't want anything, whatever bad to come out of this. It's not what I want. It's not what Charlie would have wanted. Whatever she said, something along those lines. I may have changed it a little bit in my memory, but she said something like that. I genuinely think that turned the temperature down. I think that de-escalated the situation slightly. I think that if she had gone up as the grieving widow and been more like, let's kill whoever, let's do that, let's do this, I think that things would be like measurably worse. I shouldn't say measurably, since there's no way to do that. Like we can't, there's no crystal ball we can look into and see the alternate universe where she did do that. But like, I don't know. I thought that was very cool that she said that. And it's hard to do that. I admire people who are able in grief for like, you know, someone they love who was murdered to find forgiveness for the person who killed them. I have a friend whose little brother was hit by a drunk driver and like very nearly died. And I just remember his family being like, we forgive the driver. We don't want to like press charges. He's already going through enough with the guilt and everything. Like, we forgive him. We don't want to ruin his life. One life has been, you know, very affected by this. Let's try to whatever, not spread this damage too much. And I remember thinking that was so beautiful and so kind of like unexpected, I guess. Like anyone would have been like, would have understood if they had gone the other way, right? So I did find that cool with Erica Kirk, and I genuinely thought that was admirable. She does run Turning Point USA, pretty evil as well. Fair. Counter, she co-planned the charade of his funeral. She's part of doing that. Yes, she showed a bit of humanity and probably was sad, but she did organize the only thing and runs. I think you're saying, but she did organize the whole thing and runs Turning Point USA. Okay, yeah, but she got Turning Point USA. She became CEO of Turning Point USA because she was Charlie's widow. Like, that seems like that probably shouldn't have happened. And I think that the people who were telling her, you're the CEO now, you need to go, I think they were hoping that she didn't say something like that. I think they were hoping she would help them use this as an excuse to crack down on whoever. And honestly, I find like, you know, hey, it's all in good fun. The memes are funny. The Erica Kirk celebrating whatever, all these videos, the Drewski video. Hey, listen, I'm not going to shit on any of that. A lot of it has been very funny and I've enjoyed it. But I don't think it's like a little bit, it's kind of like Amanda Knox type shit, where when you are looking at a grieving widow, like she's the mother of his children, you know, his wife, he's dead, and she's on camera. She's not media trained. She's not used to this. And she's just constantly being like, you know, attacked because she's not acting exactly like we would expect someone in this situation to act. Well, if you haven't gone through something like this, how are you to know how that would make you feel? You know, I haven't gone through something like that. You know, I've experienced death, but I haven't experienced death of a partner. And I think that everyone would react differently in that situation. And I think it's pretty unhealthy for your grief to be combined with your entrance into the world of conservative, you know, right-wing YouTube personality. You know what I mean? I know that sentence wasn't grammatically correct, but you get the point I'm trying to make. Anyway, yeah, exactly. Hot Goblin. That's exactly what I seen. What I'm saying, yeah, it's like Amanda Knox, where people are like, she's acting, she must have killed, yeah, she's a murderer because I wouldn't act like that. And it's just like, well, you don't know. How would you know how you would act? You haven't been in that situation. Some of the fakest beauty pageanteers I've ever seen. I mean, okay, yeah, maybe, but maybe part of that is she's so expected to play the role of the widow in this performative way, like that's what she needs to do, and maybe she's not an actor. You know, even if you really are sad about somebody, if you're forced to cry on camera and do it in a certain way, you know, I would say she probably shouldn't be doing any of that. She's not good at it. I'm sorry, Erica Kirk. Listen, I'm on your side sort of here, but you shouldn't be the public face of Turning Point USA. You should probably take a break from public life in general. You don't need to be doing that. I don't know what that video was where she wears the black hat and the fucking, she's dressed like a sniper and she's breathing really hard into the microphone and tilting her head and opening her eyes really wide. You gotta stop doing that, please, for your own good. I highly recommend you touch grass for a while. You know, throw your phone in the toilet, or some body of water, or properly dispose of the lithium battery, and you know, however you do it, you got to get offline for a while, because yeah, and I find it fucking despicable the way that people like Candace Owens are making a meal out of accusing this grieving widow, the wife of someone who seems to be one of Candace Owens' genuine best friends, and she is devoting her life to publicly humiliating this woman and smearing her with all kinds of insane accusations and claims, and making just such a big deal out of every little thing. Oh, I noticed in the background of this video, Charlie's picture was moved. And it's like, what? Shut the hell up. That doesn't mean anything, Candace. Do you have any, are you a human being at all? I'm genuinely blown away by how I don't know, how evil Candace Owens has been with Erica Kirk. Like Alex Jones, the same way Alex Jones with Sandy Hook or something like that was just or Pizzagate was just oh, this is going to get me a lot of views. All right, this is what I'm going to say. I don't care how many people I slander, who I hurt, who I kill, whose life I ruin, who I drive to suicide. I am just going to do it because it's great TV. It's great content. I think Candace Owens has that same kind of brain in a way. Anyway, I don't know. Who knows? Hey, if it's real, if it's crocodile tears, I don't know. But that's my hot take on Erica Kirk. I think I don't know enough about her to hate her. And that one thing I will say that she did that was good was forgive her husband's killer. I find forgiveness, I'm a little bit susceptible to that. I find forgiveness one of the most beautiful, heartwarming things. And, that'll always be something in a movie or something that gets me to tear up, is if somebody forgives someone for doing something truly horrible. I'm moved by that. So, that might be a personal thing, but got it off my chest. I got my hot take out. Face eating leopards. Yeah. Who knows? I heard touch grass. Goblin Christian pivot. I mean, yeah, the whole forgiveness thing is very Christian, even if I did say touch grass and not touch cross. I think they are touching cross already. But, Jesus Christ said it. He said it best. Judge not lest ye be judged. Condemn not lest ye be condemned. Forgive and you'll be forgiven. Jesus Christ always lives in our hearts. Amen. Hallelujah. Say to you, go to give money to the Catholic Church. I'm good. This is my Opus Dei turn. Heritage Foundation, whatever, wherever your nearest Heritage Foundation receptacle is, put all your money in there. Just kidding, gang. I've been droning on for a while, and I gotta go. But thank you for watching. I thought this was a little fun stream, pretty unplanned compared to most of my streams. But I'm liking this. Now that I'm doing 2 streams a week, I have to kind of find ways to make new content, but yeah, I feel like this was a fun one. Anyway, gang, sayonara, and I'll talk to you on Sunday at 8:30. Bye now.
I wanted to air this because I got sent this and I saw this and I watched most of it. I didn't see it all this morning. It's like 30 minutes long, but I watched part of it. And the guy's saying he's criticizing me because you do that, you don't get banned by the algorithm. And he's just one surfer coming on the waves we created. So he pretty much gets it. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name, Extra Chill Goblin. We always like goblin jokes. I don't know why. I mean, goblin jokes years ago, they became super viral, so whatever. Yeah. We'll air that. So here's Extra Chill Goblin, then Harrison Smith takes over. Here it is. Extra Chill Goblin. He pretty much gets it. Dirty. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra Chill Goblin Vomit, Slop, and Blood. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's got a goblin guide charging into a goblin's nest. I don't want to see him kissing goblins. I just don't want to catch him in bed with a goblin. Literal vampire belly goblins are hobbling around coming after us. Extra chill goblin.
Sundays 8:30 and also Wednesdays at 12 EST.